Championship. We are just getting our brief introduction from Gino as we get ready for the session to begin. We will be having in this session our 100 kilo and our 100 kilo plus women's division. We're joined here at the Atlanta Convention Center. My name is Kevin Serrano, and I'm here joined by
Alex Walters. I am a new Category 2 referee like Kevin here, but I'm also a member of the Executive Committee for USA Powerlifting.
Yeah, so we've had the pleasure of having various people just join us throughout the commentary throughout the whole week, and we're just very excited to walk you guys through the action and just talk a little bit more about what.
So far in sync with Diana Hicks on platform 1 and Brianna Townsend on 2.
Diane is actually wearing that very new full-length SBD singlet, which is now a competition-legal singlet.
Formerly just religious exemptions, but recently we have changed it so that way anybody can wear it. We had a good lift on 2 for Brianna, a no lift for Diana on platform 1. I didn't see what the color cards were. Let me look at that. So that was 2-1 on depth for Diana on 1.
Kelsey's coming up next on platform 2, 155 kilos. This first flight on platform 2 will feature our women's raw open 90 kilograms women. And over on platform 1, we have a bit of a mix between some of our masters, junior, and some open lifters in the 90 kilogram weight class.
A little bit of platform maintenance on 1. Looks like after Diana racked that first one, the rack moved.
Again, it is the 4th and final day, so these racks have seen some lifting. They've been through it, and it's almost that time when these platforms are kind of starting to break down a little bit.
Solid looking opener there for Alicia. 3 white lights.
And like Alex, you mentioned, both you and I are both Category 2 referees, so let's talk a little bit more about what the referees are looking for in the squat. What are the commands in the squat?
So the commands are pretty simple. There are only 2 of them. After the bar is loaded, which I'm not going to count as a command, you have 1 minute to unrack the bar and get into your starting position. So let's look at Christine Dunn as she's doing that. So she's going to get into her starting position here. She is all set. She's going to get the squat command. And then after she squats to depth and stands it up, she's going to stay at the top and receive the rack command from her chief referee.
And up in the top right corner of the screen, there is 3 lights that will illuminate once that lifter is done. It will be either a white light or a red light. And in powerlifting, majority rules. So if a lifter receives 3 white lights or 2 white lights, that lift is good. And on the flip side, if the lifter receives either 3 red lights or 2-1 for red lights, that will be a no lift. So just majority rules here, and lifters are just trying to get at least 2. That is all you need for a good lift.
While we were talking, Brianna Gates on platform 2 had a successful first attempt at 162.5 kilos. The same weight there for Nicole. I do want to say, too, not only are we the newest Category 2 referees, we're also the youngest. And if the scheduling was better, I would have been the youngest Cat 2 for all of a day. Kevin's younger than me by, what, 6-7 years?
Yeah.
23?
22.
22? Good grief. I'm getting too old for this.
Alexis coming up next, platform 2, 165 kilos.
And then Sherry Nichols coming out on platform 1, 127.5 kilos.
That looked pretty good on platform 2, and the referees agree. 3 white lights.
Sherry gets set, gets her squat command. Absolutely dunks it. That should be 3 whites, and it is. Emily Mattis out now on platform 2, 175 kilos. Emily competing in the 90 kilo women's open category. And Layla Gonzalez on platform 1, competing in the team 3, opening with 135 kilograms. Three whites for Emily on platform 2, and 3 whites as well on platform 1 for Layla.
Since the start of the championship, we've had all ranges of weight classes compete. We began in the women's side all the way from the 44 kilogram weight class, and we are now on the 4th and final day. This session will feature the 90, 100, and 100 plus weight classes. So these are our last women competing, other than the primetime session that will be later tonight.
We had a no lift on platform 2 for Jordan. 3 reds on that one, all called for depth. Jenny Hernandez on platform 1 at 142.5 kilos. 2 white lights there for Jenny. 1 red card from the front for depth.
Brittany up next on platform 2 with 175, and Lucy, another one of our juniors, with 145 loaded on the bar for her. That is a very fast opener for Lucy on 1.
Looked fantastic. Referees agreed with it. 3 white lights. Brittany George, not to be outdone. Hers looking great as well.
Yeah, Alex, let's talk a little bit more about kind of the sort of strategy that these lifters might implement. I mean, you and I both coach people. We've competed ourselves, and we are always at these meets, and we get to witness a lot of the attempt selection for athletes. So what is the goal of the opener? What is the opener supposed to be?
So the goal of the opener is just to get yourself on the board. It should be a relatively stress-free attempt. A rule of thumb that I've employed for the last 4 or 5 years, it should be something, if you wake up off the couch from the middle of a nap, you should be able to hit it.
Absolutely. Again, it's something that you know you can hit on any given day, right? I mean, these lifters have traveled from across the country. There's a lot of extenuating circumstances that have came into just these lifters stepping on the platform, whether it be their weight cuts, their sleeping schedules being thrown off by the travel, the food, anything that might have kind of just hindered or altered what they're used to, right? The opener takes that into account, right? So the opener should be something that you know you can hit. So these lifters are aiming to just get themselves on the board, get 1 squat in for now, and then be able to build off of that and achieve what their 3rd attempt 1 rep max will be.
Right, like it is a 9 lift meet, but a good thought is to really turn it into a 6 attempt meet. Maybe make your openers kind of a last warm up, but on the platform, get your feet wet. While we were talking, a couple more lifters came through. On platform 2, we had good lifts for Danny Myers-Glynn and Bryn Nevins. And over on platform 1, Leanne Delcourt and Alina Chinoy both had good openers. Just a couple more openers now for flight A on platform 1, Joanna Martinez at 152.5. 3 white lights for Joanna. Brianna Townsend taking her second attempt at 165 kilos. Moved a little bit slower than the opener, but still should be okay. 2 white lights, 1 call for depth from the left side.
And that's one of the biggest things you'll notice with the difference between the opener, second, and third. As a coach, you're going to look at that bar speed, right? Once that bar begins to slow down and that lifter reveals where their sticking point is, that's going to be used to determine what you will go up to for your third. So if that lift was very hard on the second attempt, you might take a more conservative approach or jump into that third attempt. Whereas if that second attempt moved very similar to the opener, you know you have something ready for that day, and hopefully you hit a PR.
And being that it's a national meet and not just a local meet, sometimes you're not even looking to go for a PR on your third attempt. You might just be trying to set yourself up for positioning. It's not uncommon for people to win national championships but not hit a PR total on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it in prime time and just in all these sessions where lifters are really trying to post up the highest total possible, not just single lift PRs, right? It comes down to the total, stacking on kilos and not missing any lifts. That's what's gonna create wins.
I think Jaden over on Friday night, he won the, what category was it, 90 or 80? No.
Jaden Lowe?
Yeah.
Yeah, he won the 82.5.
And he definitely did not PR his total. Morgan Rulofson had a successful opening attempt on platform 1 at 162.5. Bar went up to 165 for Isabella now. Looks like she got into the hole a little bit quicker than she expected. Still 3 white lights, though.
Yeah, Isabella's a lifter competing both in the teen and open division.
Brianna Gates and Kelsey Stuckroth both have successful second attempts at 167.5 kilos. Nicole Stevens up to 170 kilos for her second attempt, as Diana Hicks is coming out to retake 90 kilograms. She missed her opener on depth, electing to retake. It's generally the safe move. 3 white lights for Nicole on platform 2. Diane is able to stand it up. From the camera angle, it looks close. And she is successful. 3 white lights, so Diana is on the board. Successful lift at 90 kilograms. Alicia Turner-Bain, second attempt at 170. She went up 10 kilos off of her opener. Alicia in the 90 kilogram open category. 3 white lights successful on her second. Christine Dunn on platform 1. 107.5 for her second attempt, up 5. Slow and controlled into the bottom. Depth looked good to me. She definitely is not jumping any rack commands. 2-to-1 good lift for Christine on 1.
And unfortunately, a no lift there on platform 2. Looks like Alexis kind of got stuck as she came out of the hole. Hopefully she is able to come back and retake that for the third. She will have one more go at it.
Jordan Dube out to retake her second attempt, or excuse me, retake her opener at 175 kilos.
Shelly, also one of the lifters, retaking their opener. a little bit better. She gets 1 white light this time. She got 3 reds on the first one. Just needs to get a little bit deeper.
Jordan moved the 175. I'm not sure depth was there. No, 3 reds.
Yeah, and so both Shelly and Jordan are in a very tough spot right now. I mean, they both have missed their opening and second attempt weights. So, Alex, kind of from a coaching perspective, what is the type of conversation you would have with your lifter if you're in a position like that?
Well, I think I'm very blessed that I don't believe I've been in one of these positions, barring injury. I would just try and calm them down, trying to get them to go through their process. Every lifter should have a process and a routine that they repeat before a lift to get themselves into the correct headspace. And I would just try and get them through that and say, hey, you're going to have to trust your body here. You're going to have to absolutely dunk this squat.
Absolutely.
We missed a record attempt on platform 1. Sherry Nichols successful with 133 kilograms. I'm not sure whether that was an American record or a world record attempt.
Nonetheless, the only time you can add chips to the bar, which is an increment lower or less than 2.5 kilos, in this case it was 133, would be in the case if the lifter is breaking an American record or a world record, which we've seen several times throughout this championship.
Unfortunately for me, there were about 5 of them going on after I passed my test, but I still wasn't allowed to judge those lifts yet. Layla Gonzalez out for her second attempt at 142.5 kilos. 314 pounds. Solid looking second attempt there for Layla. Emily Mattis with a 10 kilogram increase from her opening attempt. Opener moved really well for Emily. A little bit slower through the middle of the lift. Didn't look that hard still. 2 to 1. Emily is one of a couple lifters where it looks like there's going to be a battle for the podium for that 90 kilogram open. Getting followed by another one of those competitors, Danny Myers-Glynn out 187.5 kilos. As Jenny Hernandez taking a sizable jump, 12.5 kilos up from her opening attempt. I don't think Jenny's going to get that one, though, with depth.
Bit of a delay on the referee lights. That was a good lift on platform 2. We're waiting on the lights for Jenny on 1. 3 white lights.
I was wrong.
And Jenny is one of the lifters who is battling for a podium spot in the junior division. Very tight race between all those ladies.
That camera perspective kind of messed with me.
Yeah, again, the live stream feed we're watching here is a very different perspective than the view that the referees on the platform have. So whether or not a lift looks like it might be depth or not, the referees ultimately have the best angle on the platform as they're positioned in the optimal viewing position to view depth.
Solid second attempt for Bryn Nevins. 3 white lights for the fairly new state referee and fellow Michigander. Leanne Delcourt up 10 kilos from her opening attempt to 157.5. Looks fairly easy waiting on the lights.
Looked plenty deep as well. I'm pretty sure that would satisfy the referees. And there it goes, 3 white lights.
Platform 2 is pretty tight with all the attempts. Alexis coming out to take her third attempt. She's retaking 172.5, which she missed on her second. And then Bryn Nevins will close out the flight at 197. So all of our 90 kilo open lifters are within 25 kilos on squat, and that's definitely something that can be surmounted through bench and deadlift.
Let's hope Alexis can get this one. And she just gets at that sticking point and unable to grind past it. Looked very similar how it did on her second attempt.
That's a lift, too, where I have to think the travel might be getting with her, maybe the early wake-up, because it looked like she was plenty strong enough to get there. Out of the hole, it didn't look bad. She hit a sticking point, and that's what got to her. Maybe kicked forward a little bit.
Alina Chinoy on platform 1, one of our team lifters competing. And it's been very incredible to see teen lifters all the way from ages 14, and we've seen a few 80-year-olds, right? We've seen a few Masters 5 lifters competing at this championship, which really is just a telling tale on how powerlifting truly is a longevity sport. Anyone can powerlift, and it's just amazing to see it all witnessed live here at Raw Nationals.
And it'll introduce you to a lot of new people, too. Masters World Cup last year in Memphis, I actually met an 83-year-old lifter from Australia. He took a nice long flight to get over there just to compete. So it's remarkable how powerlifting can bring us all together like that.
And not only that, but just going to say that we have a weight class for everybody. We've had lifters all the way from 44 kilos to just the super heavyweight division, right? So any weight range that you fall into, there's a weight class for you.
Yeah, what's the lightest weight class for men? I believe it's 52 kilos.
There's been, 52 kilos, and I think officially 56.
Yeah, and then it's all the way up to 140 plus.
Yep.
Brandon Townsend, third and final attempt. That's a fantastic looking squat there. I like the attempt selection ending on 175. Another 2.5 may have been there, but on a day like today here at Raw Nationals, it's important to go 3 for 3 and try to build that total to jockey for position. Just a couple more second attempts on platform 1 to come back into those. Lucy Platt and Joanna Martinez were successful on their second attempts. Alina Choi, I believe, was called for depth on her second. Morgan Rulofson, 172.5, solid looking second.
Yeah, Morgan's adding some valuable kilos to her squat, who's getting some pressure applied to her versus some of the other junior lifters in this competition.
2 white lights on platform 2 for Nicole Stevens. One of my favorite things about roughing these meets is it makes it a little bit easier to keep up with the platform when a lot of the attempts end up being right around each other. All these women are very strong and they're very competitive, so a lot of their attempts are going to be close. So right now we're on platform 2, the third of 5 consecutive attempts at 175. And on platform 1, Isabella Haight also has 175 on, but for her second attempt. Did you say Isabella was also signed up in the Open?
Yep, she is entered in double division, so she will be battling it out not only against the teen lifters in her age class, but she will also be going against the ladies in the Open.
So that'll be interesting to see how that boils.
Isabella currently slotted in the top 10 as a teenager in the Open.
There was a young man yesterday from Indiana. His name's Austin Oakley. I think he's only 15. He totaled 688.5 in the 110. For reference, I only have him by about 11 kilos on total. That kid is a monster, and I'm excited to see how a lot of our teen lifters develop over the years. Because if you can stick with it when you're 15 to when you're 25, you're looking at IDFPA Worlds. Kelsey Stuckroth on platform 2, 175. Another solid third attempt. 3 white lights for Kelsey. Diana taking 100 kilos for her third attempt. Gets it 2-1. So a fairly successful squat day for Diana Hicks despite missing her opener.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, tune over on platform 2. We got Jordan Dube, who will be retaking 175 for the third time around. Missed it on her opening attempt, missed it again on her second attempt, and will now need to hit it on the third in order to stay in the meet and post a total.
She's plenty strong enough to hit this. She's moved it well both times, just needs to squat deeper. I mean, that looked deeper to me. 3 white lights, and Jordan will remain in the meet successful at 175.
And when we talk about a lifter being at risk at bomb out, what does bombing out mean in powerlifting?
So bombing out, it's an unfortunate thing that we don't like to talk about too much, as Shelly Cole will come out, and she's going to be in a similar situation where she needs to get this third one. So if you quote-unquote bomb out, it means you did not record a successful attempt in any of the 3 lifts, which means you won't post a total, you won't be eligible for awards. You can still compete and finish out the rest of the competition, but not being here or not being eligible for awards is kind of a bummer. All right, platform 1, let's get behind Shelly. Looked plenty deep to me. 3 white lights. Shelly Cole will also stay in the meet successful at 125 kilos.
And like that, both Jordan and Shelly are able to continue the competition and continue to compete for awards. We see that was a very important lift for Jordan here. She's currently forecasted in 3rd in the women's 90 open, so that would have really opened the door for a lot of these other ladies to swing in had she not gotten that lift.
Of course, there are a couple 90-kilo women slotted to compete tonight in the prime time. So any positions that end up after this session are subject to change. But what's important is hitting those lifts. So if you find yourself on the podium after the morning session, it's not out of the realm of possibility that you are still on the podium at the end of prime time. We have seen people win nationals from the morning session.
And a very good grind on platform 2 by Brittany George, 192.5, successful with a 10-kilo jump, gets 3 white lights on that lift. And I don't know, Alex, we had James Sampson who competed in the regular sessions but ended up placing 2nd in the open. So you never know what can happen when it comes down to it, right? You never know. Some of these lifters might come out of the woodwork and total maybe more than what some of these primetime lifters may total.
I think it was just 2 years ago somebody won from the morning by like 40 kilos.
I think it might have been Jalen Folk.
Yeah, it was. You're right. It was Jalen. Danny Myers-Glenn not going to be able to stand up 195 kilos on her 3rd. Layla Gonzalez out 152 kilos. I like the attempt selection. She must be feeling confident after that 2nd. And I think it was the correct call.
I think there was no better number than 152.5 for Layla, and the referees agree. 3 white lights.
7.5 kilos up from her 1st to her 2nd, and then 10 kilos from her 2nd or 3rd. To me, that screams confidence. Looking a little bit ahead with how these women are forecasted, it is tight at the top for this morning session. And who knows how things are going to shake out. There are 6 women competing tonight in the prime time in the 90-kilo category. But that's not going to scare off Bryn Nevins, who stands up 197.5 kilos, 3 white lights. That is a massive squat for Bryn, who I think will say squat isn't her favorite lift. She is an incredible bench presser. Jenny Hernandez, 162.5 for her 3rd. Stands it up through a little bit of a grind, but she's not in her head. 2-1, good lift for Jenny on platform 1. Into flight B on platform 2. Tia Lofton opening at 127.5, a Masters 1 lifter. And Alina Chinoy on platform 1 coming out to retake her 2nd attempt at 162.5. Platform 2 now, a familiar face at USA Powerlifting meets Maggie Jones, a national referee, and I believe one of our state chairs out west. 2-to-1 good lift for Alina, successful with 162.5 on platform 1. And Maggie Jones, 3 white lights at 135 on platform 2.
Bar is getting ready for Leanne Delcor on platform 1, 165. Looking to go 3 for 3. She's competing in the Masters 2 division, meaning she is aged 50 to 59. Just really impressive lifting and just true longevity here. Just being in your 50s and competing here at the national stage.
I think being in your 50s now is like being in your 30s 20 years ago. Times have changed. People are definitely more fit now than they've ever been. Another familiar face, Angela Abreu-Powell on platform 2, 152.5 kilos.
And I'll tell you that Leanne's third attempt did not look anywhere like a third. She had much more left in the tank.
And that could be a smart play from her and her coach, just trying to build that total, leave something in the tank for later if she really needs it. Platform 2 had a good lift for Angela at 152.5. It was 3 white lights. Bar is going to move up 2.5 kilos to 155. Opening squat for Charlita Purdue. Lucy Platt, 165. Platform 1, that moved pretty good. 3 white lights.
And based on the forecasted, Lucy Platt is your current leader in the women's raw junior division. But she is getting some pretty nice pressure from Morgan coming up next with 182.5. We'll see her later on in this fight.
Looking at how those openers are for that women's raw junior, you're right, Lucy is ahead right now on squat, but not by much. But it looks like her deadlift is going to really make that tight down the wire. Joanna Martinez, another one of those women's raw junior in the 90 kilos, 177.5, just shy of double body weight. The side-by-side
What a grind on platform 1 by Joanna Martinez.
Come on. 3 white lights for Joanna Martinez, 177.5 kilos successful. That's big moving forward.
And like mentioned, Lucy Platt currently leads the women's raw junior, but Morgan Rulifson will be taking a 400-pound squat attempt for her third and applying upward pressure towards Lucy.
Morgan's coming up, fired up here. Her first 2 have looked pretty well. Another 10-kilo jump. As Hannah Huff looks to be successful, 2-to-1 on platform 2 with her opener at 165. Oh, Morgan got kicked forward a little bit there. Bar started to roll up her back, and she's not going to be able to stand it up. That does help Lucy Platt out. That forecasted total gap has just increased a little bit for her there. But anything can still happen with 6 attempts left. Opening attempt for Alexandra on platform 2 is successful. 3 white lights at 177.5 kilos. As Isabella Haight, our team 3 that's also in the open, comes out attempting 402, 182.5 kilograms. I think that was a little bit of a sandbag. I think she surprised herself.
Yeah, she had a little bit more left in the tank, but she is building that total. Currently forecasted in 7th place in the open as a teenager.
Amanda Dahl on platform 2, opening at 180 kilos. Didn't look very hard for Amanda at all. Ooh, no lift though, 2-to-1 on depth for Amanda.
Rachel Stark will be attempting the same weight, 180 kilos. This is just shy of 400 pounds.
Diane Nelson opening on platform 1 at 105. Diane stands up her opener, as does Rachel. Both attempts are successful, 3 white lights. Kelly Whitted on platform 2, opening at 182.5 kilograms. And on platform 1, we have a national referee and one of the 3 Wisconsin State chairs, Cindy Yeager. Cindy very quick into the hole, a little slower out of it. We have 2 successful attempts, 2-1 for Cindy, 3 white lights for Kelly. Platforms were in sync there for a moment. LaTanya Cumberbatch out for her opening attempt at 110 kilos. And Carrie Varco opening at 192.5. Both attempts look pretty good. Judges mostly agree. LaTanya had 3 white lights on platform 1, but a no lift for Carrie Varco, 2-1 on depth for platform 2.
Mia Kane up next, platform 2, with our highest opener for the Women's Raw Masters 1. This will be our last opener of the flight on platform 2.
Platform 1 is a little behind, but Michelle Collier opening at 120 kilos, gets her squat command. Sort of does a pause squat, but the depth looked good to me. 3 white lights, judges agree, as they do on platform 1 as well. Order turns over on platform 2. Second attempt for Tia Lofton, up 7.5 kilograms to 135.
I believe Sandra's asking for the spotters and loaders to lower that rack height.
The clock is still running for, so they must have had it correct to what's in LiftingCast. Still got plenty of time though, 20 seconds in order to get her command. Over on platform 2 though, no lift for Tia Lofton on depth. Successful opening attempt there for Sandra, 3 white lights. Maggie Jones up 10 kilos for her second. One of my favorite things about watching Maggie lift is every time she finishes the lift, she's always smiling. 3 white lights on her second attempt.
Holly Chin up next, 125 for her opening squat on platform 1. Very speedy opener for Holly.
Three white lights for Holly. Angela Abreu-Powell out for her second attempt at 160 kilograms. Moved the opener pretty well. I expect more from her here on her second. It's kind of funny when we wear so many hats in this sport. You and I ref a bunch. But it's different because as I'm doing the commentary, I'm actually looking at the lifters in the face. I notice a lot of times I don't pay attention to who's who when I'm out there. So it's really refreshing to be able to actually watch lifters that I get to see all the time, see their progression, and pick up on their personality a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes when you wear the referee hat, you're just looking at the hip crease, you're looking at the feet, you're looking at everything to judge the lift, but you're not really getting the opportunity to actually appreciate the lift for what it is, and more importantly, get to just experience the lifter lifting and see their facial expressions, the joy, the excitement in their face as they hit these PRs.
Absolutely. There are times where a incredibly impressive weight goes on the bar, and we don't even realize it until after the fact. It's also, it's kind of a running joke where if somebody gets a infraction, we tell them, ask right away, because if you wait 3 minutes, we're going to forget, but it's the truth. So much is going on. We're running through our own checklists in our head. Because we had a no lift on platform 2. Second attempt for Charlita Purdue. She did jump up 15 kilos. I suspect she's going to retake that 170.
And Melisha Taylor with a really fast 135 opening squat. She kind of dunked that bar, but she got really, really good spring and pop out of that hole, making that weight move like butter.
Catherine Fannin, second attempt.
Very deep squat by Catherine.
Looked like no issues for Catherine. 3 white lights. Just a few more opening attempts on platform 1. Katrina Johnson opening at 140 kilos or 308 pounds. And a 10-kilo increase for the second attempt for Hannah Huff on platform 2. A little bit slower at the lockout there for Hannah, but no issues for her. 3 white lights. I was hoping Gino was going to say Alexandra's last name, so I didn't have to guess on how to pronounce it. But I think it's Alexandra Caloriotis. Out for her second attempt at 185. I'm going to ask her about that after the break. $407 pounds for the second attempt for Alexandra.
Looked a bit more difficult than you'd expect to see from a second attempt, but nonetheless, the lift is good. And you kind of wonder what type of attempt you would take after a lift like that. Maybe like just 2 to 5 kilos?
Yeah, I wouldn't go past 5 kilos after watching that one. Unless she comes back saying, hey, that's on me, I misgrooved it. Leanna Trimmer, opening attempt at 145 kilos. As Amanda Dahl's coming out to take a second attempt at 185. We had 2 missed openers on platform 2, and both women elected to move up off of their opening weight. 3 white lights on 1, though, for Leanna. And the risk pays off for Amanda as she is successful with 3 white lights.
Yeah, and as I'm looking at the forecasted placings, I kind of see the thought process as to why Amanda Dahl would go up 5 kilos. She is in a bit of a battle right now with Mia Kane being only separated by 7.5 kilos on the forecasted placings. So there is definitely a reason and justification for why they would want to go up and try to cover a little bit of ground despite missing the opener. I mean, you can't afford to leave kilos on the table, right? This is the national championship, and when you're lifting at this level, you are going to want to take risks.
Absolutely, especially with the top 3 women in that Masters 1 category being forecasted within 15 kilos of each other. A couple misses or leaving a couple kilos out there, anything can happen.
Yeah, so despite even missing a lift on the opener, you might not take your full second attempt jump, but at least jumping 5 kilos, covering a little bit of ground and kind of inching closer to that planned third attempt.
Yeah, everybody's got a bit of a contingency plan there. So it looks like Amanda took a smaller increase from her first to her second just to lock that in. And it kind of looks like they might go to their projected third attempt because she's going to go up from a 5 kilo increase to 15 all the way up to 200 for her third. So let's stick around and see how that one moves in a little bit. Kelly Whitted on platform 2, 190 kilos, 3 white lights for her, and Anna Castano on platform 1, 3 lights for her opening attempt at 150. Platform 2 has our other Masters 1 lifter, Carrie Varco. Also missed her opening squat, but electing to increase by 7.5 kilos to 200.
Similar story here. She's in the same division as Amanda Dole and Mia Kane, so she is in that mix for the top spot in the Masters 1 division. Looked a little bit deeper there. Let's see what the referees say on this one.
I think she's going to get that one. She does. 3 white lights. Carrie Varco will be in the meet.
And beautiful execution over on platform 1. We're done with our first round of squats, and so far none of these ladies have missed a single attempt. So everyone's on the board and everyone is looking to have a great competition.
And now we can't even do the commentator's curse because nobody missed or nobody bombed out on squats.
Yeah,
so that's a successful day, unlike my speaking abilities currently. Mia Kane for the final attempt in round 2 on platform 2, 205 kilos. She's another one of our Masters 1 lifters battling for the podium. No lift, though, on her second, called for depth. Thank you, Victoria, in the chat for correcting me. It is Caloriotis. So I will make sure I get that for the remainder of the day. On platform 1, Cindy Yeager successful with her second attempt at 112.5 kilos. Tia Lofton on platform 2 missed her second, and she's not going to get her third. Try to go up 10 kilos. Didn't work out for her, but she will be credited with a 127.5 kilo opener.
And a good fight for Diane Nelson on platform 1. Looking to cover a bit of ground, taking a 10 kilo jump. 2-1, that is a good lift.
I'm curious to see where her third attempt is going to end up because her first attempt kind of looked that, so I think that just might be her squat pattern.
Yeah, I mean, we do tend to see some lifters that just have very slow squats. They just always look like that. I mean, they can stay in position, they just have to grind out the squat, and then you just never really know where their top end is.
Maggie Jones, 3 white lights for her third squat at 155 kilos. Latanya Cumberbatch, great looking second attempt at 122.5.
Picks up 12.5 kilos. I mean, a bit more on the aggressive side when you think about squat jumps, especially at this level.
Angela Abreu-Powell on platform 2, looking to add 7.5 kilos on her third squat. Solid looking squat there for Angela. 3 white lights. Michelle Collier, 127.5 for her second attempt. Three white lights for Michelle on platform 1. Fairly important squat here on platform 2, Charlita Purdue. She went up 15 kilos from her first to her second and was not able to stand it up. Looking to retake 170 kilos. Depth not an issue as she stands it up. 3 white lights for Charlita Purdue, 170 kilos.
It's almost as if that opener, that second attempt kind of shocked her body a little bit, and then she wasn't prepared for that 15-kilo jump. But after having felt that weight from the second, she was able to now stand it up on the third.
Taking those bigger jumps is a bit of a skill. It's something you have to train for it. If you're going to take a 15-kilo jump on squat, which for a lot of women is going to be 10 to 15%, like that's important that you're practicing that. Third attempt for Catherine Fannin on platform 2, 177.5, 3 white lights for her. As Holly Chin on platform 1 is successful with 132.5. Hannah Huff looking to break the 400-pound barrier at 182.5 on platform 2. And Renee Van Vliet on platform 1 looking to get over the 300-pound barrier. Hannah's third looked just like her second. 3 white lights for Hannah.
Renee looking to pick up 10 kilos on the squat from opening to second.
Good looking attempt there from Renee. Ooh, but no lift for 2 to 1 on depth from the side and middle referees. Third and final attempt, up 2.5 kilos for Alexandra Coloriotis. I think I nailed it that time. Which is right about what we were expecting. We said no more than 5. And, you know, it looks like her second attempt was, you know, the correct call for her top end on the day.
And she really only loses out on 2.5 kilos, so not a lot lost there on the total.
Great looking second attempt from Malaysia Taylor. All right, one of our more important squats for the Masters 1 category. Amanda Dahl, 200 kilos, up 15 from her second. It moved fine, but no lift for Amanda, 2 to 1 on depth.
And now we see how that risk kind of played out. Amanda Dahl took that 15-kilo jump after having missed the opener, going up 5 and then going up 15. She is now going from forecasted first to now sitting in the third forecasted position. So she lost a little bit there on the total, and that is only if Mia Kane and Carrie Varco hit their next squats coming up soon.
I'm excited to see how that category shakes out. Amanda Dahl is a very good bench presser. She is the American record holder in her age and weight. She's going to open at over 300 pounds and probably work up towards the 340 mark. Rachel Stark works through her third at 200 kilos, 3 white lights.
Very good attempt selection there, just a consistent 10 and 10. I mean, just very, I guess, predictable, if you will.
That's kind of important to have for your plan for the day, just to be predictable. Know what you're going to do. It's probably something you've already done a couple of times, that 10 and 10.
And a bit more of an untraditional attempt selection, taking a bigger jump from second to third, and then taking a smaller 7.5 kilo jump from first to second. Let's see how this plays out for Kelly Whitted.
Gets her squat. Depth looks good.
And she gets 3 white lights.
Suzette Escobar's second attempt at 150 kilos. Blink and you miss it. 3 white lights for Suzette.
All right, now one of the more important squats on the Women's Raw Masters 100 plus division. Mia Kane, 207.5, missing the 205, but opting to go up just an extra 2.5 kilos, looking to cover just a little bit more ground. Let's see if the referees like that depth. And they do. It's a 2-to-1. Good lift. Mia Kane is currently forecasted in first in this division.
Second attempt for Jacqueline Gregory looks to be successful, and it is. 3 white lights for her second attempt at 152.5. All right, very important squat. It is a record on platform 2, and they are swapping out a couple of the referees, so it is a world record squat attempt in the 100 kilo Master 1 category for Carrie Varco, up 15 kilos from her second to 215 kilos. Stands it up. No lift though, 2-to-1 on depth from the right and center referees. Definitely some tough judging here. We do have a lot of very experienced referees, and considering that was a world record attempt, you're going to have the category officials come out, which generally they're more experienced.
And pretty soon, you and myself are going to be refereeing and sitting on the chair for a world record attempt.
Oh, I can't wait.
We're going to no longer have to get up whenever there's a world record.
I was talking to Joe Warpea about that, who did both of our practicals, and I find it so humiliating. Like when it feels like I have to raise my hand and say, I need an adult to come and take this from me. And he laughed, and he's like, I've only ever heard one other person say that. Anna Castano, second attempt at 155 kilos. 3 white lights on her second attempt.
And after Carrie Vargo's final squat on platform 2, we will be taking a 10-minute intermission while the spotters and loaders set up the platform for the bench press. We'll be back to commentate the bench press session after this 10-minute break.
I think platform 2 is probably going to start their benches around the same time platform 1 is finishing up their squats, as we have our final second attempt for Nichelle Pena. A 10.5 kilo increase from her opener. Just shy of 370 pounds.
And so far, platform 1 has had beautiful attempts selection, only having 1 missed lift after both rounds of squat.
And looking at that missed attempt, it was still a 2-to-1 on depth, so there's a real chance that Renee Van Vliet will come back and get her third. Nichelle Pena, 3 white lights on her second attempt, 167.5. I imagine she's going to take another 7.5 or 10 kilos. Third and final attempt for Cindy Yeager will be at 117.5. Cindy is also a meet director. Just 2 weekends ago, I was actually up at her meet in Wausau, Wisconsin, coaching a couple lifters. Oh, close grind there for Cindy, not able to stand it up, but she will be credited with her second at 112.5 kilos. Diane Nelson, very conservative jump to her third and final squat, just up 2.5 kilos to 117.5. Depth looked good to me. Three white lights for Diane Nelson. Successful with her third attempt at 117.5.
And we're now pushing past just getting close to that 300-pound mark. Michelle Collier is coming up next. I see she has Samantha Calhoun in her coaching corner. So definitely a very strategic attempt selection here. Sam is a phenomenal coach, and many of her lifters just do not miss lifts ever. Let's see it, Michelle.
No question on depth. Three white lights there for Michelle. 3 for 3 on the day for her squatting.
Sandra taking a conservative 2.5 kilo jump.
An American record attempt on platform 1 in the 100 kilo master 2 category. Not quite able to grind through it there for Sandra. Have you ever accidentally white lighted a no lift? I think it happens from time to time. Up 5 kilos for the third and final attempt for Holly Chin, looking to get over that 300-pound mark. 303. She's able to stand it up. 3 white lights.
And we saw that our only missed second attempt for this flight was Renee Van Vliet, who opted to go up 5 kilos from 137.5 to 142.5. Let's see how this bold strategy plays out for her. Missed it on depth. She probably convinced her coach, saying that, hey, I just need maybe a little bit more weight to push me down, and I'll be able to get this weight up.
Oh, not able to stand it up.
Looked like she did get a little bit deeper than the second attempt, but unfortunately, just a little bit too much weight there.
She's going to leave some kilos out there, only getting her opener at 127.5. The bar is going to stay at 142.5 kilos.
And we have a 20-kilo jump on here. I mean, something you really don't see for LaTanya.
Maybe from the opener to the second, but from the second to the third.
I mean, it's probably a milestone lift here. She's trying to go for 3 plates, 314 pounds. Yeah, she started to come down a little bit, so those spotters and loaders did a good call in catching that weight for her.
Most important thing is always safety.
Yeah, I mean, even if LaTanya was able to stand up with that weight, the referees did see some downward motion on the bar, so that would not have counted as a good lift anyway. So I think the spotters actually did her not only it would be a disservice to let her grind out that weight, knowing that she would have wasted energy on a no lift.
Malaysia Taylor, third and final squat at 150 kilos, 330 pounds. Quick into the hole. Solid grind through the middle of that.
She might not be the biggest squatter in her division, but she has a big bench press and a massive deadlift coming next. So she is currently forecasted in first place for the Masters 100 kilo class.
Bar is loaded. Yeah, it's going to be a tight battle in this category as well. The first 4 projections are all within 15 kilos. Bar is loaded. Third and final attempt for Katrina Johnson, 150 kilos. Katrina stands it up, looked pretty smooth. Good lift, 2 white lights there for Katrina. $155 on the bar, third and final attempt for Suzette Escobar. Just about 2 minutes left in the break for platform 2 before we start the bench press.
Yeah, you called it. It looks like we'll be finishing out the squat portion for platform 1, just as platform 2 will be beginning their bench press.
And with how tight this competition is on platform 1, the next 3 attempts for these ladies are going to be at 160 kilos.
I'm really excited for this Masters 1 division. It's looking really, really competitive right now.
Leanna Trimmer, the first to take 160 kilos, up 5 from her second attempt. 352 pounds.
Very fast. 3 whites?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she had a little bit more left in the tank.
I'm
just
kind of surprised by it.
Getting out of that hole, she really just kind of pops out.
Might have had another 2.5 or 5 kilos there.
Yeah, I'd argue with the coach. Yeah, they're saying, hey, coach, should have given me that
Come on,
lift.
man, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Sandbagging me? Trying to win Raw Nationals here.
Anna Castano up next. If successful with this attempt, she'll be forecasted with a 430 kilo total, tied with Malaysia Taylor for that first place spot.
Anna able to stand that up.
And the battle is on. Our top 2 contenders with unfortunately, a no lift.
Yeah, I was kind of worried about that one watching it. And it makes sense, too. So that right side referee called depth, and so did the center. And it did appear that her left hip is a little bit higher than her right. Jacqueline Gregory out to take 160 kilos. Not too much loss, though, for Anna. Only losing out on 5 kilos. Forecasted total still has her in third at the moment. Jacqueline Gregory forecasted in fourth with 160 kilos. And that's a fantastic third.
And the bar is loaded for our first opening bench press. Alexis will be kicking us off on platform 2.
Michelle Pena's third and final attempt at 170. Now, I'm a little curious if this was their submitted attempt, because as I was watching LiftingCast for a while, there was not a third attempt submitted for probably half this round. So I'm curious to know if she accidentally timed out or if this was projected.
And what Alex Walters means by timing out is after the referee decision is made for the lifter's attempt, lifters have 60 seconds to provide the scoring table with their next attempt. If unsuccessful in providing their next attempt within that time frame, if the previous lift was successful, they go up by an automatic 2.5 kilos, which might have been the case here for Michelle Pena. No, I think that might have been what they attempted. Yeah, 170 looked to be the lift.
3 white lights.
Yeah, that was the perfect call. I don't think 2.5 would have done it for her.
Great battle brewing in the Masters 1 100 kilo category.
We have the top 3 only separated by 5 kilos after the squat event.
We'll focus on platform 2, benching for a little bit. Platform 1 is going to swap over to the bench, and then they will start their own 10-minute break.
As a reminder, over on platform 2, we have our 90 kilogram open women competing. This flight is full of just open lifters. So as these ladies are finishing out their entire session here competing, they will be going up against a lot of the ladies who are competing later this evening in the primetime session.
Brandon Gates with a kind of close grip bench press, but opening at 80 kilos, 3 white lights. Oh, now that the camera's expanded, this bench category is going to be scrutinized. Look over on the right. You have Jen Thompson, one of the greatest bench pressers of all time on the platform judging. I know I'd probably get a little bit nervous if she was judging my bench.
Yeah, same here.
I think her comp PR might be the same as mine. Emily Mattis on platform 2, opening at 80 kilos. Emily, one of the lifters trying to fight for a podium spot before tonight's prime time. Pretty easy looking opener there, 3 white lights on 80.
And as these ladies are taking their opening attempts, let's talk a little bit more about what these referees are looking for. You mentioned this bench will get scrutinized. As we see, these are all category referees officiating these bench presses. What are the commands for the bench?
So bench actually has 3 commands. It's the most of any of the lifts, and we'll follow along with, I believe that's Bart Strickland, the chief referee. So after the bar is called loaded, once again, not count that as a command, you have 60 seconds to get your unrack and get to the starting position, where you'll get the start command. You'll lower it to your chest where the bar will be motionless. You'll get your press, and once you're motionless at the top, you'll be instructed to rack the bar. Those are your 3 commands.
Absolutely, and what the referees are mainly looking for when it comes to just lifter position and ensuring that all the rules of performance are being followed. The lifter's butt must remain in contact with the bench at all times. The lifter's feet must remain flat on the platform at all times, and the lifter's hands must remain within those rings on the bar. So if you're doing a max grip, those index fingers need to be covering the entirety of those rings.
Doesn't happen very often with people going outside the rings, but I actually called it once on Friday where somebody set up with their grip just slightly outside. The entire ring was not covered.
Or it might even be a case where a lifter sets up with their fingers over the rings, and as they bench, those hands just kind of slide out, which will be an infraction on its own.
Brittany George, opening attempt, a very big opener at 92.5 kilos.
Very soft touch, gets a very fast press command, and the lift is good, 3 white lights.
Nothing to it. There are different strategies for the bench. Kevin mentioned the soft touch. So that's a way to be a little bit more in control of it. You might not be able to do as much. Lower risk, maybe slightly lower reward, but you're probably going to make more. So the soft touch is your control to that chest, trying to be motionless as soon as you touch and get a quicker press.
Yeah, typically when the lifters have a very soft touch, they have a very wide hand position and are utilizing a lot more of their chest. Here we have Alicia, who is taking a more of a narrow grip, which will utilize a lot more of her triceps and shoulders.
Gets her start.
Yeah, and we see it there on the chest. That bar sinks a little deeper in her chest and able to recoup a little bit more momentum as she gets that press command, being able to use that absorbed energy and then press it out using all her triceps. So different strategies we'll see implemented here in the bench press. Again, USA Powerlifting essentially outlines parameters for which the bench press should be performed, and all these lifters are lifting within the confines of those rules. That's why we see very unique bench press strategies and techniques utilized all throughout.
Kelsey Stuckroth talking to the spotters and loaders. No lift off for Kelsey. I think she was instructing them after the rack. She might have a little bit of trouble hearing and asking them to just kind of drag it back and forth, which is honestly a pretty good strategy after you get your rack command.
That way you're just not using any of your energy, throwing that bar back behind you.
And it's so important to not jump that command after you just battle through an attempt. Pretty easy opener there. 97.5 kilos is good. 3 white lights. 97.5 staying on the bar. This time the opening attempt for Danny Myers-Glynn. Another one of these competitors trying to fight for the podium in the women's raw open 90 category. Danny has been competing for a very long time.
And based off of this opener, and with it only being the opening attempt bench, I'm pretty sure Danny Myers-Glynn might cross over the 500 kilogram mark, which will really put her in contention and right in the mix with a lot of the nominated totals from the Primetime girls lifting later today, which that'll be really exciting to see, as not only will the ladies in Primetime be competing against those lifters in that session, but they'll also be looking to beat the lifters who competed on this session, putting up these high totals.
And anything can happen with these lifts. Jordan Dube, 102.5, 226, 3 white lights for, but anything can happen because in that prime time we have all category referees. The officiating might be a little bit tighter. Maybe the bright lights make some girls nervous and make a couple more misses happen, and anything can shake out. So anybody in these, I'd say the top 2 or 3 right now from this session have a real chance at remaining on the podium after the prime time tonight, as we have an absolutely ridiculous opening attempt here for Bryn Nevins, 115 kilos, 253 pounds.
Yeah, that's just insane weight to be opening with.
Gets her start.
Very fast off the chest, and Bryn Nevins gets 3 white lights.
I am curious but also terrified to see what she's going to work up to for her third. Just about 4 minutes left in the break on platform 1 before they start bench pressing. Alexis Lesniak on platform 2, 80 kilos for her second. Up 7.5 keys. Pretty solid looking second attempt there for Alexis. 7.5 kilos is a pretty big jump. I don't expect she's going to duplicate that. If I had to put money on it, I'd say up 2.5.
Yeah, that's the safe call. I mean, that lift did move slow, but one key thing is that she didn't really have a sticking point. It just moved slow throughout the entire movement, so that just might be the way she benches.
Bench does get heavy pretty quick. Sounds a little ridiculous because, I mean, it's the same weight getting added on all the lifts, but Brandon Townsend's second attempt, up 5 kilos, also to 80.
Yeah, and that was a pretty fast second attempt. Looked like it could have been an opening weight for her, but I'm expecting to see maybe a 5-kilo jump for her on that.
I would go with 5 there for Brianna. The other Brianna coming out, 85 kilos, Brianna Gates. Brianna Gates maybe having a little bit of trouble on that second attempt. Looks like she might have hit the rack. But 3 white lights for her still.
Five-kilo jump for Emily. Again, one of the lifters in contention for that podium spot. She's currently forecasted in 4th. Looking to just add 5 more kilos to that total.
Maybe looking a little far ahead, but she has a pretty ridiculous opener penciled in for deadlift at 192.5. Seems like that might be her lift. Pretty long pause there on the chest.
Yeah, and she has a bit of a long range of motion with those long deadlift arms. As mentioned, she had a tough time kind of settling that bar. That's why she had a really long press command, because she had a tough time keeping that bar motionless. We saw that bar was still settling on her chest, which is why our chief referee did not issue her the press command, because again, that bar was not sitting motionless on the chest.
That is a good application of the rules there. I would agree with it. A little bit of a wobble.
And we see that our screen is now split. We are getting ready to start with platform 1 opening bench press attempts. Diana Hicks will kick us off with a 50-kilogram opener. And Nicole Stevens' bench just kind of stalled in that middle point. I mean, it looked like a really tough sticking point, but that bar never went down, and she got 3 white lights on that. Which is really important to note, because sometimes that bar might come to a complete stop, but if that bar never comes back down and that lifter finishes out that lift, I mean, that is a good lift.
Alicia Turner-Bain, 100 kilos for her second attempt, 220 pounds. I will say the full-length singlets still kind of throw me off, because I thought she was coming out in sweatpants. Ooh, not going to be there for Alicia's second attempt. She's kind of doing a sink and drive off the chest, and it's very easy to misgroove that. But no misgrooves for Diana Hicks' opening attempt at 50 kilos. Oh, 3 reds, though. She must have jumped to command. That's the only thing I could think that would be, and it's impossible for us to hear commands right now. Brittany George also taking 100 kilos for her second attempt on platform 2.
A 7.5-kilo jump, a bit more on the aggressive end for bench presses, especially for on the women's side. Taking 7.5 is a very good attempt. I saw her opener move really well. Let's see how well she handles 220 pounds.
Christine Dunn moves her opening attempt at 57.5, 3 white lights for her.
Unfortunately, just a little bit too much there for Brittany. She looked at her wrist. Maybe her wrist started cramping up or something happened there, but she will have one more go at it for the third.
It's not the best sign to be missing your second attempt on bench, especially in such a tight category.
Yeah, but again, I think some of these ladies might be getting into the mindset of trying to cover ground on the bench press, which might not be the best approach, since bench press really is the lift that is most often missed, and you really can't progress as much as ideally comparatively to squats and deadlifts.
Yeah, squat and bench what you can, deadlift what you must. Shelly Cole opening on platform 1 at 62.5 kilos. Soft touch.
And Shelly Cole's actually utilizing the bench blocks to place her feet in. That is an option lifters have. They have an option of 3 different sets of blocks, which can help them elevate their foot height in order to keep their feet flat on the platform, or just to get a different application of leg drive.
All right, Kevin, a little bit of rulebook trivia here for you. Since we both took the Category 2 test recently, we've both seen this one. What is the maximum height that foot blocks can be?
I believe it is 30 centimeters.
It is 30 centimeters, which I actually missed that on the category test because it's not one that comes up very often, and it just sounds ridiculous.
It's the huge block.
It's like 14 inches. Second attempt for Danny Myers-Glynn is successful. 3 white lights. And on platform 1, Layla Gonzalez's opening attempt at 62.5 kilos was also successful. Yeah, I missed 4 questions on that category test. One of them was about bench block height. You can say that. You don't have to just hand signal to me that you only missed one, Kevin. I get it. Jordan Dube, second attempt at 107.5. 236 pounds. Pretty smooth looking attempt there for Jordan. I'd expect another 2.5 kilos. 5 might be a little much, especially when she's trying to track down the primetime lifters. Joanna Martinez, platform 1, 65 on her opener. Chef's kiss on that opener. 3 white lights for Joanna.
Yeah, Joanna having a great day so far, and she is in that battle for the junior podium position. We have 1 junior lifting in the primetime session today, so it is likely that the top 2 finishers in this junior session will likely land on that podium spot.
All right, Bryn Nevins out on platform 2. 7.5 kilo increase from her opening attempt. 122.5. And honestly, it kind of looked like her opener.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a beautiful second attempt there. No technical breakdown, no major sticking point. We're just waiting on those referee lights, and pretty sure that's a good lift. And there it is, 3 white lights.
I want to see another 5 kilos out of Bryn. Platform 1, successful opening attempt for Sherry Nichols at 70 kilos.
And you called it. We did see that Bryn Nevins has put in 127.5 for her 3rd and final bench press. So very excited to see that later on in the 3rd round.
Starting off the 3rd round on platform 2, Alexis Lesniak up 2.5 kilos. Not to toot my own horn, but I called that one as well. Should be the 181-pound mark.
And is she able to grind out that 82.5? Just runs out of juice there. Unable to lock out the triceps, but still a valiant effort with the bench press. Only loses out on 2.5 kilos, so not a major loss there.
Had she been able to lock it out, it would have been a close one up to a referee call. Might have been a little bit up and down. Difficult to tell based on perspective. Leanne Delcourt opening at 70 kilos on platform 1.
Very easy opener there, 3 white lights. Brianna Townsend up next, another 5 kilo jump for her, taking a very just calculated 5 and a 5. Looking to go 6 for 6. And a good attempt for Brianna Townsend.
Going 3 for 3 in the bench. Really trying to build that total and stay in contention in that category.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just goes to show how much momentum you can build going essentially 6 for 6, leading into the deadlifts, not having missed a lift. That's an insane amount of momentum and just positive confidence going into the final portion of this meet.
Elena Chinoy, easy looking opener on platform 1, 3 white lights. Platform 2, Emily Mattis retaking her 2nd attempt. She was not able to press out 85 kilos on her 2nd. She had a little bit of a long pause. Did not get the bar motionless on the chest very quick. Better there. but not able to press it out.
You almost wonder if that wasted energy from the second attempt kind of gassed her out for this third.
Nothing too much lost, though. Missed 85, successful with 80. So, I mean, you could make the argument that 82.5 should have been her second, but 2.5, 5 kilos, that's not the end of the world. It will hurt a little bit as we move on into deadlift.
But like we mentioned, she does have a massive deadlift on her. Forecasted with a, slotted in with a 192.5 kilogram opening deadlift.
Brianna Gates up 2.5 kilos for her third and final bench, 87.5. Not able to lock this one out. Do I hit him with the numbers this time, Kevin? All right.
Yep.
The infamous third bench stats. This is one that I like to bring up, even though it's a bit of a commentator's curse. Everybody in here is probably familiar with open powerlifting. So a few years ago, they went through and they compiled the numbers and looked at the percentages of lifts, or excuse me, percentages of made versus missed for all of the lifts. The third bench press attempt is the only lift in which lifters are more likely to miss it. It is at 51% all time throughout any federation, any weight, any category. And generally speaking, when you go and you look at the LiftingCast after any meet, it works out pretty close to it. But that's not going to stop Nicole Stevens from getting her third attempt at 97.5 kilos. I know, that is a little bit of a commentator's curse, but it is a fun one to bring up.
Lucy Platt, easy attempt there, 85 kilos. Alicia Turner-Bain looking to retake 100 kilos, which she missed on the second. Again, Alicia has a little bit of that sink press style, so she's looking to really kind of catch that momentum, get that press command, and just explode that bar off that chest. Let's see if she can time it right this time.
She's going to lock it out, but I think she's going to get called for downward.
Unfortunately, yes, I believe she will get blue cards with that. 2-1, almost there, but yeah, the side referee and our left judge did catch that up and down movement of the bar.
Lucy Platt successful with her opening attempt on platform 1. So is Jenny Hernandez and Morgan Rulifson. Isabella Haight coming out, opening at 97.5 kilos. That's what, 215 pounds? 214 and some change?
Yep.
That's a big opener for a teen.
Yeah. Very fast.
I don't think you can really sandbag your opener, but if you can, I think Isabella just did. Platform 1, left side spotter. There we go. Fix that plate. That's when ref mode still takes over, and I'm just watching all those.
Yeah, I think we have a very unique perspective, just being able to see everything that goes on the platform and just kind of being able to observe just everything from an outsider, just like almost like you're hovering on the screen.
I tell people in my gym, because everybody there knows I'm a referee, they'll sometimes ask if I watch for depth, and I always say I'm always watching and judging every attempt. You just have to ask me for my perspective. I'm not going to come right out and say it, but just know I am watching you squat when you're in the same gym as me. Diana Hicks missed her opening attempt. I believe she jumped to command, still went up 2.5 kilos and is successful with 3 white lights.
I think that's one of those unique situations when you miss a lift on a technicality like a command or something else that can easily be fixed, right? Still being able to take that planned second attempt knowing that you can hit it. Bit of a risk, but I mean, it seems to work out for most people.
It is a little scary for sure. And it's something where the bright lights of being at Raw Nationals maybe for your first time can throw you off. You can do this for years, never miss a command, and then just get caught up in everything. No lift on platform 2 for Kelsey Stuckroth at 105. Not going to miss out on too much, though. She was successful at 102.5.
Christine Dunn with a smooth 62.5 kilo second attempt. She gets 3 white lights. Danny Myers-Glynn up next, taking a 2.5 kilo jump to 105, 231 pounds.
Danny is a veteran of Raw Nationals. I believe she's made a couple prime times. She competed at the Arnold earlier this year. 105, little sticking point, able to get through it pretty easily.
Yeah, and with that going 3 for 3, she's carrying some pretty good momentum as she prepares herself for the deadlift event.
Also a massive deadlift opener penciled for Danny at 205. So we got to make sure we stick around to watch that one later.
Yeah, I mean, she has a really great squat, but that deadlift is her bread and butter.
That deadlift's insane. Jordan Dube looking to go 3 for 3 and keep herself in contention with a 112.5 kilo bench. Not able to lock it out, though. She will be successful with 107.5. At this point, Jordan's kind of fallen a little bit behind with her troubles in squat and that missed third bench. I think that's going to all but keep her out of podium chances.
I mean, she can probably still contend for landing herself anywhere in that top 5, but her chances are looking really slim now. Just kind of really difficult to build a high total when you're having missed lifts like this.
Layla Gonzalez out for her second on platform 2. She's going to get 3 white lights at 67.5. And let's take a moment to appreciate this monstrous bench press on platform 2. 127.5 kilos.
281 pounds for Bryn Nevins.
Self liftoff. The first 2 look pretty easy.
And Danny Myers-Glynn is not safe because Bryn Nevins is here.
Nothing to that. I think she might have had another.
She might have had 130.
Yeah. But that's, I mean, she's 6 for 6 now.
I mean, that upward pressure for Danny Myers-Glynn, having to watch herself, knowing that she cannot miss a deadlift because they're only separated by only 5 kilos. I mean, they're pulling themselves away from Jordan and everyone else in the 90 kilo class and really trying to contend with those primetime lifters later tonight.
They're not too far off from that. The top 6 that made the primetime session, I believe the QTs were all between 495 and 520, give or take.
Yeah, our lowest nominated total is 492.5, and our highest is 522. And after deadlifts, they're likely going to end themselves in that kind of 500 range.
Yeah, we're only a couple misses out of the primetime lifters away from potentially a major upset from this morning session.
Bar is getting set up for Leanne Delcourt, 75 kilos, taking a 5 kilo jump. And we are now getting started with our Flight B bench presses on platform 2. Let's see if the referee saw any downward motion on platform 2. No, they did not. That is 3 white lights. Leanne Delcourt, easy attempt there with 75 kilos. Looked like an opener. Tia Lofton, 82.5 for her opening bench press attempt. And on platform 2, all these women are going to be our 100 and 100 plus women divisions. Three whites, platform 2. Alina Shinoy, a little bit of difficulty getting that bar off that chest, but once she gets past that sticky point, that is easy work for her. She gets 3 white lights. Morgan Rulifson is up next, 85 kilos as well. Meanwhile, Maggie Jones will be opening us up with 90 kilos on her opening bench press. Good attempt there for Morgan, our junior. Kelly Whitted up next, 90 kilos, opening bench press, 198 pounds, just shy of that 200-pound marker. Both attempts on both platforms are good lifts. Jenny Hernandez, our final junior, with the opening bench press attempt, second attempt bench press of 92.5, taking a 7.5 kilo jump. Meanwhile, Catherine Fannin taking 92.5 as well, but for her opener, good attempt on platform 2. And a good attempt there for Jenny, 92.5 kilos, 7.5 more added to her total. And Carrie Varco having a 2-plate date for that opener, 226 pounds. That is a good lift.
Carrie looking to bounce back in the bench after having not her best day in the squat. Only going 1 for 3. Some kilos left out there in that category amongst our top lifters right now. As Alexandra Coloriotis out for her opening attempt at 105, 231, and Isabella Haight, our teen lifter, like you mentioned, also has a 2-plate day on platform 1. That's crazy how strong she is. 3 white lights, second attempt for Isabella. Third and final attempts now for platform 1, flight A. Christine Dunn has elected to scratch her third attempt. So we are going to go right to Diana Hicks, third attempt at 55 kilos. So I mentioned something there, and I don't think we've talked about it yet, Kevin. You want to go ahead and explain what scratching an attempt means?
Yeah, absolutely. So if a lifter does not want to take a attempt, other than just timing out, which would mean that the lifter's next weight will be loaded and the lifter will not come out, therefore their 60-second timer will expire. Scratching an attempt is essentially saying to the scoring table, I don't want to come out and take my attempt, so just skip my attempt.
There's a little bit of strategy with that. With this many lifters, scratching an attempt doesn't really do anything. If you're in a flight with only 6 or 7 and you elect to scratch, that timer's not going up there. So all you're doing is cutting rest away from your competition. But with, what is this, 12 or so lifters at least, yeah, it's not going to do anything. So scratching's fine, just makes the meet go slightly faster. Platform 2, Mia Kane's opening attempt was successful at 105 kilos as Rachel Stark coming out to take 107.5.
Very soft touch, very fast opener for her. Shelly Cole, 70 kilos, third attempt bench press.
Not going to be there for Shelly Cole. No lift, but she will be credited with 67.5 kilos. .70 kilos stays on the bar on platform 1. Third and final attempt for Layla Gonzalez, also up 2.5 kilos. Hannah Huff opening at 110 on platform 2, and boy, did that one look easy. I agree with Gino. Gino's telling Hannah to put some weight on the bar now. I expect 10 kilos out of her for her second. Layla Gonzalez able to lock out 70 kilos on platform 1. Successful attempt, 3 white lights. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this opener on platform 2 for Amanda Dahl. 137.5 kilos, 303 pounds as an opener. Like I mentioned earlier, Amanda is an American record holder in the bench press. Her best being north of 150, I believe it's 155 kilos. Sherry Nichols taking her third and final at 75. Not going to be able to lock that out, but not too much loss as she is successful with 72.5. Amanda Dahl unracks, gets her start. Very easy, 303. 3 white lights for Amanda at 137.5. Good grief. Can't wait to see where that bar ends up for the third. Joanna Martinez on platform 1, opening at 75 kilos. Ooh, not going to be able to get off the chest. That's what I meant earlier when I said bench gets heavy fast. Charlita Purdue up to 70 kilos from her opener at 65. Pretty solid second attempt for Charlita. 3 white lights. I'd predict another 2.5 kilos going on the bar for her third. Platform 1, Leanne Delcourt, 80 kilos for her third and final attempt. Leanne not going to be able to press that out. Is credited with 75 kilos. Angela Abreu-Powell, second attempt on platform 2 at 82.5 kilos. See if Angela can lock this one out. What a long attempt. Not going to be able to get that one. I hope that attempt didn't zap too much energy from her for her third. Alina Chinoy, 87.5 kilos on platform 1. That looks like that's going to be a successful third attempt. 2-1, good lift. 1 yellow card from the right side judge. Hard to see what that was going to be. From the camera angle, we can't see if her butt came off the bench or really if her foot moved. Tia Lofton taking her second attempt at 87.5 kilos. Third attempt for Morgan Rulofson at 87.5, as Tia is successful on platform 2.
Unfortunately, a no lift for Morgan on platform 1. And she's in a bit of a tough situation here. Having missed her third squat and her third bench press, she is now sitting in the middle between Jenny and Joanna in the junior division. So she's really kind of scrapping for as many kilos as she can, trying to stay ahead of them. She was nominated in second, but is now kind of falling a little bit behind due to missing a few lifts.
Lucy Platt, currently the front runner in that 90 kilo junior category. Third and final attempt at 92.5. Not going to be able to lock that one out. I think there was up and down on there anyway, had she been able to. Catherine Fannon's second attempt at 97.5 is successful. 3 white lights. Bars moving up now. 100 kilos on platform 2. Second attempt for Kelly Whitted.
Meanwhile, over on platform 1, Jenny Hernandez, 5-kilo jump to 97.5.
Jenny, a part of Team Outlier, being coached by Kyle Dawson, one of USA Powerlifting's newest pro card earners. Took 3rd place in the prime time on Friday night. I'm a little biased with how much I like Kyle. He actually goes to my gym in Indiana. 10-kilo jump for Kelly Whitted. And I'd say it was a pretty good jump.
A good attempt there for Jenny. Had a little bit of a tough struggle getting it off the chest, but that is a good lift, 3 white lights. And with that, Jenny is going 6 for 6 going into the bench press, and she is currently nominated in 2nd place in the junior division. That just kind of goes to show what making attempts does for you. She is now in 2nd place. Meanwhile, Morgan and Joanna, who were both nominated ahead of her, had some missed lifts and are now falling behind her.
107.5 is successful. Second attempt for Carrie Varco, and it looked pretty easy. It just kind of goes to show that in powerlifting, it's not always the strongest person that wins, but rather the best lifter.
Right, you could come in nominated as the highest lifter, but if you miss lifts and other lifters make all of their attempts, it can really be who is the better attempt taker.
Isabella Haight, 107.5.
That is the perfect attempt selection there. 3 white lights. That is an earned attempt there. Picks up an additional 5 kilos.
That team just does not stop impressing us right now. And Caloriotis, platform 2, we're in the shades. 110. That's a massive second attempt. 3 white lights for Alexandra Caloriotis. Platform 1, we're on to Flight B openers. Wisconsin referee Cindy Yeager opening at 55 kilos. As Mia Kane is up to 112.5, up 7.5 from her opener on platform 2. Very controlled to the chest for Mia. She's able to lock it out. I think she's going to get it.
Latanya's up next on platform 1. Very easy attempt for her there.
That's what we like to see out of those bench openers. Look at the synchronization from the spotting and loading crew on 1. Oh, they kind of lost it.
Yeah, well, nonetheless, very thankful to have our spotters and loaders helping keep our lifters safe and the meets run very smoothly like they have been for the past 4 days. And it almost looked like Rachel started pressing before that press command.
Not able to lock it out. 115 unsuccessful for a second. I imagine she's going to retake that for a third. And also, going back to the spotters and loaders, not only do the lifters travel a long ways, but so do our volunteers. I believe platform 1 is the Kent State crew out of Ohio, and on platform 2 it is the Minnesota, what is it, safety or
Minnesota Department of Lifter Safety.
Yeah, thank you. So a lot of travel from our volunteers as well. Hannah Huff, 7.5 kilo increase to 117.5. Easy peasy. Excited to see the second attempt from Amanda Dahl. Her opener made me laugh. It was moving so well. Katrina Johnson opening at 65 kilos on platform 1 gets her start. Easy breezy opening attempt for Katrina.
And now platform 2, Amanda Dahl, 320 pounds. For a second attempt is just crazy.
Current American record holder Amanda Dahl on platform 2 gets her start. Beautiful second attempt.
Yeah, oh my goodness, Amanda. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. And what is the American record? Do you know off the top of your
believe
head?
it's 155. I don't think she's going to get there today, but I know she earned it last year in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I mean, nonetheless, I mean, she is really putting herself on the board. And she loaded 152.5, so just shy of that record. But she is definitely taking a pretty aggressive jump, 7.5 into the third.
But she's really earning kilos against the rest of that competition in that category.
Yeah.
I don't believe that there's any Masters 1 lifters in the prime time. I'm going to try and check that. There's only 2 lifters in the 100 kilo plus category in the prime time, and I don't believe either of them are Masters lifters. So we're going to have a battle for a national championship shaking out in just a little bit. Meanwhile, on platform 1, Diane Nelson and Sandra Jahala are both successful with their opening attempts at 65 and 67.5 kilos respectively. Angela Powell out to retake her second attempt at 82.5. She was able to get the bar off of her chest, and it was probably a 7 or 8 second grind before she eventually failed and the spotters caught it. Curious to see if that zapped too much energy from her for this third attempt. It's freezing in about the same spot as it did.
She locks it out, but unfortunately there is up and down movement of the bar, and she will get called for that.
Oh,
no,
she
did not get called for that.
2 white lights. Angela Abreu Powell successful with 82.5 kilos.
I mean, both of Alex and I's referee eyes, we saw that up and
Yeah.
down movement, right? And
I was thinking that the whole time. I didn't think she was going to lock it out.
yeah, I thought it was gone after the. I thought the spotters were gonna take it out, honestly, after that bar started going down, but she kept fighting, and I mean, she earned that lift, right?
Yes, she
I mean,
did. Renee Van Vliet successful with 67.5 kilos for her opener on platform 1. Michelle Collier, 75 kilos, opening on platform 1 now.
Fortunately, a no lift for Tia Lofton on platform 2. She still walks away with 87.5 kilos. Maggie Jones looking to go 6 for 6 with closing out her bench press session with a 100 kilogram bench.
And I guarantee she closes it out with a smile, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, every single squat attempt, she always had a smile on her face, and she seems to be just enjoying her time here at Nationals.
What a great
And that is definitely a
third.
lift to smile for. Yeah, she's very happy about that. She goes 6 for 6.
I think she's happy about everything. Suzette Escobar, platform 1, 80 kilos. Beautiful opener for Suzette. Catherine Fannin, platform 2. 2-plate date, as Kevin likes to say. Long range of motion, nothing to it though for Catherine. 3 white lights on that second attempt. Just a few openers left on platform 1. This one from Holly Chin at 82.5 kilos. 3 white lights for Holly. We're winding down on platform 2 bench press attempts.
And Kelly Whitted looking to add an additional 5 kilos to her total. Looking at the forecasting now, she is forecasted at a 487.5. She's not quite there at the top compared to Mia Kane or Amanda Dahl, but she is from the outside looking in, putting up a fight against Carrie and Catherine Fannin, who are only separated by 7.5 kilos amongst the three of them.
And I think she's going to get this third. Little hesitation, but 3 white lights for Kelly. So yeah, an interesting battle shaking out in that women's 100-plus Master 1 category.
Yeah, I mean, now that you mentioned that there is no Masters lifters in the primetime session, we are going to be expecting a very interesting battle, not only for the first place position, but also a battle for the podium in going 3 ways.
I think looking at it, it might be a stretch to say that everybody's in contention for the win, but that top 5, you could probably throw a bunch of different iterations up there, and I could be talked into them. Malaysia Taylor, successful opener at 95 kilos, the same as for Anna Castano. A little bit slower towards the lockout for Anna.
Able to get it off the chest with some speed, but then just comes to a sticking point, just locking out those triceps. Who knows if it might have been some sort of a misgroove or if that's just typically how she benches and that is her natural sticking point.
Successful third for Alex Kaloriotis on platform 2. The bar stays at the same weight at 112.5 for Carrie Varco. Not able to press it. And that might come back to haunt her.
And that just tightens the spread between Catherine, Carrie, and Kelly. Now they're only separated by 5 kilos.
We're talking one good deadlift jump, taking you from 5th to 3rd. Jacqueline Gregory making quick work of her opener at 95. We only have 4 attempts left in bench on platform 2.
And now your top contender for the gold medal in the Masters 1 100+, Mia Kane, will be attempting to add an additional 2.5 kilos to her bench press.
And with how tight everything is, 2.5 kilos is a lot. Not able to press it out.
You could argue and say that 2.5 kilos isn't a lot, but when you're in a tough battle like this against Amanda Dahl, right, 2.5 kilos more on the bench press is 2.5 kilos less you have to deadlift when it comes down to it.
Absolutely. And Amanda, there's no guarantee she hits her third right at 152.5, but she's hit heavier than that in the past. So there's a pretty good chance she's going to, and that means going into deadlifts, Amanda's only going to be down 2.5 kilos. That's not insurmountable. Rachel Stark retaking 115. Able to come back and press this one. 3 white lights. Two more lifters on platform 2 for bench. Hannah Huff coming out.
Meanwhile, on platform 1, we have Cindy Yeager going up 2.5 kilos to attempt 57.5 for her second bench press.
At the conclusion of bench on platform 2, just like after squat, we are going to take a 10-minute break before we come back for deadlifts. Cindy able to lock out her second. $122.5, not going to be there for Hannah today. Hannah a little bit on the outside looking in. She's currently in 6th. She's a little too far back to really fight for the podium. But all right, platform 2, we are swapping referees, which means we have a world record attempt in the bench for Amanda on platform 2. I could have sworn she hit 155 last year. Okay, it looks like I was wrong. Last year in Raw Nationals, she hit 150, so she's looking to extend her own world record. This will tie her all-time PR, though.
She did previously hit 152.5. However, that was at a bench press only meet, so she will be breaking this record into full power, benching what she did at a bench only meet, but now here at Raw Nationals. And Amanda Dahl achieves a new world record. 3 white lights.
The elation coming from Amanda. And I know she's had a really tough battle over the last couple months. After Raw Nationals last year, she got sick for a little bit. And when she competed at the Pro Series Finals, did not have her best stuff. Was unsuccessful with lifts that were her warm-ups today. So I'm really proud to see Amanda come back from that, setting a new world record in the bench press.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, our spotters and loaders will be setting up the platform on 2 for the deadlift. We will be taking a 10-minute intermission once the platform is fully set up, and then we will return to conclude this battle in the Open and Masters division.
Focus in a little bit harder now on platform 1. Second attempt for Diane Nelson at 70 kilos. Solid looking second attempt there for Diane. Going to get 3 white lights on that one. Leanna Trimmer's second attempt. She's up 7.5 kilos from her opener at 72.5. Gets her start from Chief Referee Alyssa Orlando. Speedy second attempt. 3 white lights for her.
Bars now loaded for Sandra. 72.5 kilos loaded for her.
Waiting on the light to be pressed on platform 1.
I believe this is Michelle coming up next. We have a bit of a delay in the overlay.
There we go. 3 white lights for Sandra. Coach Sam calling her lifter off. You are right, Michelle Collier. Second attempt at 80 kilos. Pretty wide grip for Michelle, but still a long range of motion. Able to make it work and get 3 white lights on her second attempt.
Yeah, I mean, so far she's had a perfect day, no major infractions, and she's not missed a lift up until this point.
87.5 kilos on the bar for our next two lifters. First of which is Holly Chin. Good looking second attempt there for Holly. 3 white lights. Bar stays the same for Suzette Escobar.
And I'm going to be honest, I'm very impressed by the execution of this flight in the bench press round. If we're looking at LiftingCast right now, there is only about 6 total attempts up until this point, which is really just impressive on just going to show the level of execution these lifters can display here on the platform. Very little red we see on the LiftingCast screen.
Bars moving up to 100 kilos. Second attempt for Malaysia Taylor.
Again, it is a very, very tight race right now. I mean, between Malaysia, Nichelle, and Anna Castano, they're only separated by 2.5 kilos amongst the 3 of them.
I'm looking forward to see those attempt changes come through on third round deadlifts.
Oh yeah, it's going to get good.
Going to get hectic. $100 kilos for a second. Self unrack.
Oh my gosh, very fast attempt there from Malaysia Taylor.
Might have sandbagged the second.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much room left there in the tank. She not only is your leader, but she has one of the biggest bench presses out of her entire division.
She's got to go another 5, right?
Yeah, there's no other option.
2.5 just doesn't help you enough.
Yeah, I mean, you want to really increase that spread between those people applying pressure to you.
Jacqueline Gregory also taking 100 kilos for her second attempt.
And she does go 5 kilos. And Jacqueline Gregory as well, a very speedy second attempt with 100 kilos.
$102.5 loaded up second attempt for Nichelle Pena. Nichelle, one of the lifters currently in the battle for the lead here in the Women's Realm Master 100 kilo category. Start command for Nichelle. It's a good battle there to get her second.
Yeah, at that point you just have to go 2 kilos.
Which that's going to, like we said, Malaysia Taylor is going to go up 5 for her third. Nichelle only going to get another 2.5. That's an opportunity for Malaysia to extend that lead. And she's also got the heaviest deadlift opener. So Malaysia's sitting in a pretty good spot right now if everybody hits the remainder of attempts.
But again, the execution on this platform is remarkable. None of these ladies have really missed any major lifts other than some of the squats from the earlier discipline. But other than that, these benches have all been executed to perfection.
Anna Castano.
And it doesn't stop here. Everyone is going 2 for 2 going into the third bench press. This is something we rarely ever see.
Something to add here in talking about the execution. Anna Castano, the lone podium position right now that has missed an attempt, left 5 keys off of her total. That's the difference right now between her being second and third going into deadlifts, or excuse me, just even to the third round bench. Cindy Yeager on platform 1, third bench at 60 kilos. We're just about 2 minutes away from opening deadlifts on platform 4. No lift for Cindy Yeager on her third, but she will be credited with 57.5 kilos. Renee Van Vliet, third attempt at 72.5.
That is a very good executed third bench by Renee. She did not have the best squat event, but she goes 3 for 3 in the bench press and is now recouping that momentum going into the deadlift. So that's a very, very good for Renee.
72.5 kilos staying on the bar for Katrina Johnson, her third and final bench. Under 1 minute remaining on the break for platform 2 before we start deadlifts. Referees, spotters, and loaders are going back to 2, and we've gone back to the split cam. Katrina getting her start. Ooh, no lift for Katrina. Not leaving much off the total, though. LaTanya Cumberbatch will also be taking 72.5 for her third attempt.
Good attempt for LaTanya. Let's see what the referees say. 2-1, that is a good lift. I believe the center referee called it for downward motion.
Opening deadlifts on platform 2. 165 kilos, the opener for Brittany George. Snappy opener there for Brittany. No lift for Sandra Jahala's third attempt at 75 kilos. And we have an American record attempt on platform 1, third bench press for Diane Nelson at 75.5 kilos. Once again, new American record attempt in the 100 kilo Master 2 category for Diane Nelson. See Gino walking over to platform 1. Oh, not going to be there for Diane today, but a great effort. Meanwhile, on platform 2, a couple of successful openers. So far, we're 3 for 3 on platform 2. Brittany George, Bryn Nevins, and Kelsey Stuckroth are all successful with their opening attempts. That 90 kilo open category battle shaking out Bryn Nevins, who had the highest bench press of any of the competitors battling for that podium. So far had the lowest deadlift opener. But even with that, she is projected to be in the 500s for her total.
And Leanna Trimmer picks up an additional 7.5 kilos with that 80 kilogram bench press.
Deadlifts are when things really start to get moving. The energy is going to pick up in this venue. Brianna Townsend opening attempt 175. 3 white lights for her opener.
Michelle on platform 1 taking a 2.5 kilo jump.
And Alicia Turner-Baines opening attempt at platform 2 at 185.
And a good lift, 2-1.
Suzette Escobar on platform 1 coming out to take her 3rd attempt at 90 kilos. Alicia's opener on platform 2 looking easy. Bar's going to stay at 185 on platform 2 for Jordan Dube coming out. Jordan having a tougher day, but still trying to fight for a chance at a podium. Suzette with a really easy 3rd.
That was an easy opener for Jordan Dube, platform 2.
3 white lights for both platforms.
Emily Mattis also not having the best day, but looking to start her day off in the deadlifts with a 187.5 kilogram attempt. $413 pounds for Emily.
Didn't look that hard. She just looks a little bit tired, maybe a little frustrated with how her day's been going. Hallie Chin, 3rd and final bench on platform 1, 92.5 kilos. Won't be able to press that one out. She will be credited with 87.5 kilos. We got 4 bench presses left on platform 1, and they are all over 231 pounds. 105, the first of 3 ladies to take this attempt, Nashelle Pena. As Alexis Lesniak nails her opener at 190 kilos.
Nashelle Pena with a very strategic 2.5 kilo jump, just trying to pick up an additional 2. Really trying to stack kilos to the total. She cannot afford a miss at this moment.
Forecasted just 5 kilos behind first.
Unfortunately, that'll be a no lift for Nashelle.
Nashelle opening that door for Malaysia Taylor, who's coming out to also take 105 kilos for her 3rd. Malaysia's 2nd looked pretty easy, so I don't think she's going to have too much issue with this. Danny Myers-Glenn coming out, taking her opening attempt at 205. Pretty easy opening attempt for Danny.
That is the heaviest opener from all of our open women.
She's going to push that for sure and try and set herself up to be a podium spot from the morning session.
Malaysia Taylor, our current leader, 105.
Still easy.
No, not a problem for her. She is going 6 for 6 and really kind of building a case for her battling it out with the open lifters in primetime going up this evening.
105 looked easy. She might have had another 2.5, but trying to build that total, trying to solidify a win in the Masters category. I think that's a smart call right there.
Yeah, I mean, she is currently extending her lead. We still have Anna Castano, who still needs to hit her bench press attempt, but she is in the driver's seat. It is hers to lose at this point.
Brittany George, 2nd attempt at 175 kilos. Slower attempt. is able to lock it out. 3 white lights for Brittany George. We also had 3 white lights for Jacqueline Gregory on platform 1. The previously mentioned Anna Castano, 107.5 kilos. Third and final attempt. She needs this to close that gap a little bit with Malaysia Taylor. If successful, she will only be 2.5 kilos behind going into deadlifts. Not going to be able to get it, so Malaysia Taylor going to have a 7.5 kilo lead moving into deadlifts as platform 2, Bryn Nevins, 3 white lights at 177.5.
And for the Master 1s, it's almost looking like it's Nichelle, Anna, and Jacqueline's kind of deciding who will get second because Malaysia Taylor has that heavier deadlift, right? So she will know what she needs to pull exactly in order to win. So all these ladies will have to pull before Malaysia Taylor.
Malaysia definitely sitting in the driver's seat. That platform 2 battle that we've been talking about, Bryn Nevins secured a total of over 500 kilos, which puts her slightly ahead of some of those qualifying totals for the prime time. So there's a real chance that we've got Bryn and Danny from this morning session.
I mean, they're both currently forecasted above 500 kilos at this point.
There's a real chance we have maybe even a winner from this morning session. Kelsey Stuckroth, 4:02. Easy looking second attempt.
And just like that, Kelsey has slotted herself in 6th place currently. I mean, we still have plenty of deadlifts left to go, but it looks like she might be able to end up in a 5th place position ending off this session. Brianna Townsend up next, 185, 407 pounds, taking a 10 kilo jump.
As expected, a little bit slower than her opener, but still a fantastic second attempt for Brianna. 3 white lights. Only up 2.5 kilos for Emily Mattis.
A lifter who originally was projected to be contending in that top 5, but had an unfortunate bench and squat session, now falling back in the placings.
Only up 2.5 kilos, and that one looks pretty easy. I have to think she might have timed out. She looks a little frustrated walking off. I guess we'll know for sure if she timed out from her submitting her second if there's a big jump there.
Definitely looked like she had way more than 2.5 kilos left in her.
Alicia Turner-Bain, second attempt at 192.5.
Very smooth attempt, no major sticking points there, so there's plenty left in the tank.
Great looking second. Up 5 kilos from the opener for Brianna Gates, 195. I saw Brianna talking to her friends and family in the spectator area. She looks like spirits are high. She's having a good time. She was talking and laughing with her, I believe, her husband.
Good attempt there, and she's moving from 10th to 8th, really just kind of building a case for her getting in that kind of top 10 position, just further deep in there. And now we have Jordan Dube, who is taking a 10 kilo jump, trying to fend off both Alicia, but also trying to keep up with Danny Myers-Grin and Bryn Nevins.
Yeah, she's in a tough spot 'cause she wants to track down the lifters that are ahead of her and fend off the ones that are behind her. So it's a weird battle with yourself having to pick the right attempts to do both of those. And I think 195 was a really good call for her second.
Yeah, she's definitely going to go over 200 on the third.
What are you thinking, 205?
I'm thinking maybe 205 looks like it might be the pull for whatever placement she needs.
Even with current projections, she is ahead of the lifters behind her with submitted attempts, so 205 would be a pretty safe one.
She did put in 205 for her third.
Go us. An even 200 kilos, second attempt for Alexis Lesniak. Ooh, not breaking the floor with 200. There's one lifter we can't forget about, and that's Isabella Haight. She's actually on platform 1, but signed up as a teen and in the open in the 90 kilo category.
And so far she's going 6 for 6, but right now we have Danny Myers-Glynn with a 215 kilo attempt.
Massive pull here for Danny. Does it with a smile.
Yeah, and this will pull her ahead of Bryn Nevins in the forecasted placings, and she is back in the lead.
That's a lot of pressure on Bryn.
Again, really only separated, Danny Myers-Glynn and Bryn Nevins are only separated by 5 kilos in the forecasted placings. And when I'm looking at the body weight, Bryn Nevins has body weight advantage. So if Bryn Nevins wants to beat Danny Myers-Glynn, all she has to do is match whatever Danny Myers-Glynn does.
We did just see an attempt change already there from Bryn. Her original third attempt was going to be at 190 kilos. She changed it to 187. So if successful with her third, that'll put her to 512 attempt, or excuse me, 512 total. And Danny Myers-Glynn just put in a third that'll put her at 515. Ooh, no lift for the third attempt for Brittany George. So she's going to finish her day with a 460 kilo total, currently sitting in 6th place. Nicole Stevens, third and final attempt, platform 2, 185 kilos.
This is a pull to move her into 8th place for the time being.
Very smooth third attempt for Nicole. I think her coach was just like, what was that? Why was that so easy?
And now we got Bryn Nevins. Bryn Nevins is at a disadvantage because she has to go first before Danny Myers-Glynn. So she is trying to pull the most she can to essentially just total the highest amount of number and expect Danny to miss her third.
This has to be at her top end. Otherwise, I don't think they would have moved down off of that 190.
I mean, I think they decided, let's go for the safer bet. Let's go for something we know we can hit, a 10 kilo jump, keep it conservative. Bryn Nevins.
Come on.
And that looked like the perfect attempt for Bryn Nevins. Hopefully there was no downward movement. And yeah, she gets 3 white lights. And Bryn Nevins is your current leader with a 9 for 9 day, 512.5 kilos is her total.
That is a fantastic performance from Bryn Nevins.
And we will likely see an attempt change for Danny Myers-Glynn.
So Bryn currently projected to get the podium even with the primetime session later on.
Yeah, I mean, she is right in the mix with all the forecasted nominations for the primetime lifters.
Kelsey Stuckroth, third and final attempt at 192.5. Great third and final pull. 3 white lights for Kelsey.
Brianna Townsend looking to stack on an additional 10 kilos to her deadlift. A steady 10 and 10 jump for her. Also looking to go 9 for 9 in this competition.
Come on. Oh.
Just a little bit too much on the day, but she still walks out going 8 for 9. A phenomenal performance for Brianna Townsend.
This one, I think she was probably strong enough to get it. It looked like she might have lost balance or
yeah, she kind of fell forward a little bit at the end.
Emily Mattis up 5 kilos from her second attempt. Looking to try and finish her day on a high note. 195 kilos for Emily. Looked easier than her second.
That looked a lot better, yep.
3 white lights for Emily.
Spirits are high. She goes 3 for 3.
Just under 2 minutes left for the break on platform 1 before we start deadlifts over there. Third and final attempt for Alexis Lesniak. She's going to retake 200 kilos. Wasn't able to get it off the ground on her second, but only a 10 kilo increase from her first. You got to think that she's strong enough to do this. Likely just some execution issues. Still not able to get it off the floor, so she'll only be credited with 190 kilos for her opener. .205, third and final attempt for Brianna Gates as we wind down in Flight A on platform 2. It's getting loud in here.
And with this pull, this will actually move her into 5th place, all the way from 10th, going up 5 placings.
Come on.
Let's go, Brianna.
Got her down command. Oh, but no lift, 2 to 1. 2 blue cards called for supporting on the thighs, and I would be inclined to agree with that call.
Yeah, she kind of had a little bit of a hitch as well. But now we have Alicia Turner-Bain, 205.
Alicia trying to pull herself from 5th into 4th. 205, 451 on the bar for her third and final deadlift. Great looking third attempt for Alicia, 3 white lights.
And Alicia moves herself into 4th place. Now, Jordan Dube isn't in contention for any of the top 2 placings, but she is trying to put up the highest total possible now to try to fend off any of the primetime lifters that may be lifting later tonight. Just a little bit too much on the day, but she will end off with a 477.5 kilo total. And now, ladies and gentlemen, platform 2, we have Danny Myers-Glynn looking to pull for the win. Bryn Nevins is currently sitting at a 512.5 kilo total. She went 9 for 9. And now Danny Myers-Glynn will need to pull just 2.5 kilos more to exceed her total because she weighed in as the heavier lifter. So she will need a total of 515 kilos and is looking to pull 490 pounds for her third deadlift.
Trying to put herself in first before the primetime session later tonight. Gets it past the knees.
Danny Myers-Glynn is your first place contender right now. I mean, we still have the primetime lifters to go, but Danny Myers-Glynn is your current leader.
Leader in the clubhouse right now, 515 kilo total. And looking at the QTs, I'd put money she's going to finish on the podium inside the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the nominations for the primetime lifters, she is sitting tied with
Cipriana Castellano,
who is nominated at a 515 kilo total, just below Dakota Young.
We're only a couple misses away from potentially having Danny Myers-Glynn win a national title from the morning session. Let's get up to speed on platform 1 deadlifts. We had a no lift for Sherry Nichols on her opening attempt. It was a 2-to-1 in no lockout was the call. Diana Hicks, Christine Dunn, and Shelly Cole have all hit their opening attempts. Tia Lofton and Jenny Hernandez both out to take their openers, 135 and 147.5 respectively. Tia's opener looking easy. Referees agree, 3 white lights for her. Jenny Hernandez having a pretty good day so far, 6 for 6. Let's make it 7 for 7. 3 white lights at 147.5 kilos. Hannah Huff taking her opening attempt at 157.5, while Morgan Rulofson at 147.5 on 1. Both get the down command at about the same time. 3 white lights for both.
Joanna Martinez up next on platform 1, 155 kilos. Meanwhile, Angela Abreu-Powell is taking 162.5.
Joanna's having a pretty good day so far. 5 of 6. What a snappy opener.
Yeah, that's a very speedy attempt for Joanna, excuse me. Same case for Angela. That was a pretty speedy opener.
I've seen Angela around a handful of these competitions. She's a veteran of the sport. Layla Gonzalez, our Teen 3 lifter on platform 1, opening at 160 kilos. Looks like an opener should, but I think she might have beat the down command.
Kind of looked like she lost a little bit of her balance at the top.
Gotta see what the lights are gonna be though. 3 whites on platform 2 for Maggie Jones, and yeah, no lift for Layla Gonzalez's opening attempt. Beat the down. All right, pretty important deadlift here on platform 2. Opening attempt for Amanda Dahl at 170 kilos.
Now, Amanda Dahl is one of the individuals in contention for that Masters 1 title. However, she is at a disadvantage, having to pull first before Catherine Fannin, Carrie Varco, and just Mia Kane. A lot of these lifters who are in that contention for the top spot.
Alina Choi's opening attempt on platform 1 was successful at 162.5. Our Teen 3 lifter, Isabella Haight, also signed up in the opening at 165. Easy looking opening attempt there for Isabella. Carrie Varco opening at 402 pounds.
Three white lights, that is a good lift for Carrie.
Good looking opener from Lucy Platt. 3 white lights for her as well. Kelly Whitted, platform 2, also taking 182.5. Three white lights for Kelly on platform 2. Leanne Delcourt opening up with 182.5 kilos on platform 1.
Just a little bit over 400 pounds for Leanne.
Leanne getting excited with that opener. 3 white lights for her.
And now Mia Kane, your current leader in the Masters 1 100+ division. Successful with that 190 kilo, but Amanda Dahl has actually selected a 17.5 kilo jump for her second deadlift, looking to apply a significant amount of pressure for Mia Kane.
Curious to see what Mia's second attempt is going to be put in at. I don't think many lifters can keep up with 17.5 kilo jumps. Alexandra Caloriotis, 192.5 for her opening attempt. 3 white lights on that. As we see, Mia Kane has put in a 10 kilo increase. So forecasted right now, if everybody hits, Amanda Dahl is going to have a 5 kilo lead. But that's a big if. People still have to make attempts here.
Diana Hicks with a smooth 135 kilo attempt for her second, and she gets 3 white lights.
Now we have our heaviest deadlift opener of the day so far on platform 2. 212.5 kilos, opening attempt for Catherine Fannin.
I might call it here, but I'm pretty sure Catherine might pull for either a podium spot or possibly the win. I mean, she is also sitting right up there from the outside looking in, but who knows, with the opener moving that fast.
Yeah, that was easy.
Yeah, you never know what can happen. And with that, Catherine Fannin is sitting in 3rd place right now with a 492.5. And just a quick rundown on the leaderboard for the Women's Raw Masters 1 100+. Mia Kane currently leads with a 510 total, followed by Amanda Dahl with a 507.5 and Catherine Fannin with a 492.5. But with the weapon of that deadlift for Catherine, who knows, she might be pulling for the win. And we just see that she loaded 225 for her second deadlift.
Nothing is out of the realm of possibility here. Getting caught up to speed on platform 1. Sherry Nichols, Diana Hicks, Christine Dunn, and Shelly Cole are all successful on their second attempts. Tia Lofton making easy work of her second at 147.5. As outlier athlete Jenny Hernandez is up 10 kilos for her second attempt at 157.5.
Jenny's had a phenomenal day so far, and she's looking to continue to extend her lead, coming up against Morgan and Joanna, who are applying pressure, just being spread by only 5 kilos amongst the 3 ladies. And that is a good attempt for Jenny, looking to pick up an additional 10 kilos to her total.
Hannah Huff, second attempt at 167.5. This is one I'm interested to see. Her first didn't convince me with the lockout. She gets her down command, but I don't think she was locked out. Nope, 3 reds, but they were all blue cards, so they disagreed with me, and they saw up and down motion, which I agree with that, but 2 color cards you could have called there. Morgan Rulofson, very good second attempt at 160. She's trying to battle for that women's raw junior position in the 90 kilo category.
And with that attempt, Morgan is actually now sitting in second place, tied with Jenny, but on with the lead on body weight. And get this, Morgan is only 150 grams lighter than Jenny and in the lead.
It's a pretty big advantage, so all Morgan has to do is just tie on total, and she'll come away with the win.
And she has that advantage since she is the heavier puller, so she will know exactly what she needs to load in order to beat Jenny.
Second attempt on platform 1 for Alina Chenoy, 172.5. We also have the second attempt from Maggie Jones at 180 kilos. Ooh, good looking attempt from Maggie. Let's see what the officials say though as her grip was going.
She got that down command, but her right hand started slipping, and she got a blue card failure from that center referee, but both sides gave her the white light, so she will be credited with that lift. Amanda Dahl up next, 187.5. This is that 17.5 kilo jump we talked about earlier.
This is a big pull. A lot of implications, and it was easy.
That is a good attempt for Amanda Dahl.
Amanda in the driver's seat.
And an interesting attempt selection here for Layla Gonzalez, missing her opener, but opting to go up 12.5 kilos anyways. Let's see how this strategy plays out for her.
Lost balance on the opener.
Did she get that down command? And no, she got 2 reds.
The side officials are saying she jumped it as well. What were the color cards on that? I briefly saw it. I'm going to look.
I saw red on the right side and the blue on the left.
Yeah, so that'd be a decent one to try and contest with the jury. One official had her not locked out. The other had her for downward motion. I didn't see any downward motion unless you're trying to say it was at the end.
Or maybe supporting on the thighs,
Maybe?
but even that might be pushing it.
That'd be a good one to try and contest there for Layla. Charlita Purdue, second attempt at 192.5.
And over here on platform 1, we have our teen lifter, Isabella, who is competing alongside of the open lifters. Picks up that 177.5 kilo deadlift with ease and is now sitting in 6th place in the women's raw open category.
That's pretty big to be sitting in 6th right now in the open category as a teen. Carrie Varco, 192.5.
Again, another one of the contenders for that top podium position with this deadlift. She's now moved herself into 3rd place, bumping Catherine down to 4th. Two more deadlifts left to go in the Masters 1 division, and we have Mia Kane coming up next, taking 200 kilos.
Good second attempt from Mia Kane. She does have a slight advantage over Amanda Dahl, knowing what she needs to pull for the win. But at this point, with how Amanda's second move compared to Mia's, I think Mia might be in too much trouble.
I mean, up until this point, Mia Kane has led Amanda Dahl, but given Amanda Dahl taking that 17.5 kilo jump, she now pulled herself into the lead, and it is now Amanda's to lose.
Final second attempt on platform 1, Leanne Delcourt, 190 kilos. 3 white lights for Leanne. Alex Caloriotis taking 205. 3 white lights for her second attempt. Two more second attempts on platform 2. This one, Rachel Stark at 205, as Sherry Nichols on platform 1 taking her 3rd and final deadlift at 135 kilos. Three white lights on platform 2. And no lift on platform 1 for Sherry Nichols, called for lockout, so she'll only be credited with her 130 kilo second attempt.
And Catherine Fannin with our heaviest deadlift on the Women's Raw Masters 100 plus division, 225 kilos, just shy of that 500-pound mark. And that looked like a convincing second attempt. She's got plenty more left in the tank, and she just pulled herself back into that third place position, bumping Carrie Varco down to fourth. They've been swapping place back and forth, just going at it, and it's going to be so interesting seeing these third deadlifts unfold.
I think at this point, Catherine's a little too far out to make a move for second. Oh, no, she
put in 245, so she is trying to pull herself back into that win. She does have body weight advantage against Amanda Dole, so if she is successful with that, we'll dig into that a little deeper, but she's trying to pull for the win.
Ball is in Amanda Dahl's court. She's going to have to hit her third attempt. Meanwhile, on platform 1, Christine Dunn was successful with her third at 140 kilos. Diana Hicks out to take 145.
And I just want to bring a little bit of attention over to the Women's Raw Junior 90. We have Joanna Martinez, Morgan Rulifson, and Jenny Hernandez all tied with a 417.5 kilo total, only separated by body weight, and they all have different attempts loaded for their third dead, and will all be pulling to outbeat each other, essentially. They're all trying to out-total each other. We have Joanna Martinez, who is the lightest of the three, in that second place position, followed by Morgan and then Jenny.
Hannah Huff's third and final attempt. She's retaking 167.5. Gets her down command, but I think it's going to be the same story as the second. Yeah, no lift for Hannah. 1 call on lockout, 2 on supporting.
Fortunately, she does walk away with a successful deadlift attempt, so she is able to post a total and not be disqualified from this competition.
Angela Abreu-Powell coming out for her third and final on platform 2. Shelly Cole with a battle, 150 on platform 1. 2 white lights. That's a good lift for Shelly, 330 pounds. All right, the first of our big junior battle here on platform 1, Jenny Hernandez trying to put herself into second place for the time being at 167.5 kilos.
Jenny is currently sitting in fourth place via body weight. However, with this pull, she will pull herself into second, taking a 10-kilo jump, forcing these girls to push them, trying to push them past their limit. Let's see if Jenny is successful with this 10-kilo jump.
She hasn't missed today. 8 for 8, looking to go 9 for 9 in lock-up second place.
She gets that down command.
Was it a lockout, though?
2-1. Jenny is in second place, and she goes 9 for 9. What a phenomenal day for Jenny Hernandez.
Meanwhile, over on platform 2, we had a no lift for Maggie Jones on her third attempt at 182.5.
And up next in the juniors, it is now Morgan's turn. She is now pulling 167.5, trying to pull ahead. This will only move her into third place. She will not beat Jenny Hernandez.
That was pretty quick.
Yeah, but that looked like the perfect attempt there for Morgan. She pulls herself into third place with that deadlift. 2-1, a good lift as well.
All right, arguably the most important pull, at least for now, on platform 2, Amanda Dahl trying to increase her lead.
Up until the deadlift, she has been trailing behind Mia Kane, but is now in the driver's seat and is now looking to push past that lead that she currently holds against Mia.
This will be a 535 total. I think she's going to get that one.
Let's see what the referees say on that call. 2-1, the lift is good, and Amanda Dahl now leads with a 535 kilo total, forcing Mia Kane's hand to now pull more than she might be comfortable with.
Meanwhile, on platform 1, Layla Gonzalez needs this third deadlift. She's pulled the first 2, but had downward movement at the lockout.
And that looks to be a good lift for Layla Gonzalez. Let's see what the referees say. She stays in the meet, and she walks away with a total. Good job, Layla.
Charlita Purdue, platform 2, 200 kilos.
And now it does not look like Mia
Did she
Kane.
time that out? Either Charlita went and we missed it, or she timed out.
I believe she went.
But
she missed
it. Okay.
yeah, 200 kilos. It doesn't look like Mia King will be pulling to beat Amanda Dahl. She is now trying to defend that silver medal.
We're going to have to see an attempt change from Catherine Fannin. 245 doesn't make sense if she's not going for the win. Good attempt from Mia Kane.
And as it stands, Amanda Dahl currently leads with a 535 kilo total. Mia King with a 525. We have Carrie Varco, who is trying to pull ahead of Catherine Fannin with a 205 kilo pull. This will put her at a 512.5 kilo total.
Joanna Martinez, the last of our juniors, I believe she's trying to pull herself into second place. Yep, going from 4th to 2nd right now.
Taking a 12 kilo jump. Can Joanna Martinez pull through? And that looked easy. That is a very easy third attempt there. And Joanna Martinez walks away as your silver medalist.
Cleaning the bar off on platform 2. No lift for Carrie Varco. So Rachel Stark will come out to take 212.5 as Isabella Haight is attempting 185 on platform 1, our teen 3 and open lifter. Is this trying to move her up at all? She wasn't 6th.
This will move her into 5th place.
What a great showing today from Isabella.
Your teen lifter is competing with the open and ends up in 5th place.
Currently sitting in 5th, short of the prime time today.
And she has a 9 for 9 day. What a spectacular performance for Isabella.
Rachel Stark pulling 212.5. She's able to lock it out. Oh, but no lift.
And on platform 1, your winner, your champion, Lucy Platt, just doing a bit of a victory lap here with 187.5. The perfect attempt call there, and she is your junior 90 kilo national champion.
Congratulations, Lucy Platt.
Recapping that bit of a battle we had in the juniors, we had Lucy Platt winning with a 442.5. Joanna Martinez pulling for that second place silver medal, 430, and Jenny Hernandez pulling that 167.5, ending up with 427.5 on the total to round out that podium in the juniors.
Leanne Delcourt looking to secure her victory in the Women's Raw Master 2 90 kilo category. And Alexandra Coloriotis attempting 215 kilos for her third and final deadlift. Another national champion on platform 1, Leanne Delcourt, your 90 kilo Master 2 national champion. Alexandra pulling this 215. 100 kilo open, not going to be there for today. All right, so we did see an attempt change from Catherine Fannin. She's locked up third. It looks like she's conceding.
She will not be pulling for that second place position. She, right, like you said, she will look to extend her lead in that third, trying to fend off, or no, there will be no masters competing in this division, but she will be looking to go 9 for 9. She's had a perfect day thus far.
Oh, it's an American record.
This is an American record.
Not a bad way to finish off. I think it was a really good third call.
And what a perfect day for Catherine. She gets that bronze medal and she goes 9 for 9 and closes out her performance with an American record deadlift of 237.5, putting herself at a 517.5 kilo total. To recap that women's Raw Masters 1 division, Amanda Dahl wins and is your national champion with a 535. Mia Kane putting up a phenomenal performance with 525, and Catherine Fannin with a 517.5 day. 2
American records in that competition, one on the bench from Amanda Dahl, the other coming from Catherine Fannin moments ago with a 237.5 kilo deadlift.
That'll conclude all of the lifting over on Platform 2.
So we're going to be able to focus in here on Platform 1 as the split cam goes away. And we have the opener for Sandra Jahala. Three white lights, opening attempt for Sandra. Trying to look ahead here. We've got a little bit of a battle coming in that Women's Raw Master 100 category. Malaysia Taylor sitting in the driver's seat on projected totals, and she opens last in this flight.
Just looking at how intense this previous Masters 100 plus kilo division was, we have the Women's Raw Masters 100 division up next here, and I mean the top 4 are only separated by 12.5 kilos, and given what we just saw, this can be anyone's game now, right? We saw people miss attempts, we saw attempt changes, and we saw just a whole shakeup of the podium with, like, Mia Dahl was leading the whole, Mia was leading the whole time, and then Amanda Dahl just came in and swooped and won that title.
She did take the lead into the last 10-15 minutes of the competition. Diane Nelson opening attempt 145. Looking to bounce back after missing an American record attempt on her third bench. Looks like a pretty reasonable opening attempt. 3 white lights for Diane. Bars moving up 5 kilos. Opening attempt for Renee Van Vliet, 150. Pretty good looking opening attempt there. Should be 3 whites. 150 is going to stay on the bar. Opening attempt for Suzette Escobar.
Suzette Escobar currently sitting in 5th, however, just a little bit outside of contention from the top 4 placings, just sitting about 30 kilos below Jacqueline Gregory, who is your next up in 4th place. However, based off of that opener, who knows what she might do. Suzette Escobar is successful with that 150 kilo deadlift. Katrina Johnson up next, looking to just up that by 2.5 kilos. 152.5 is now loaded on the bar for her.
Nichelle Pena's opening attempt will be 160 kilos.
Oh.
Took a little spill there?
Yeah, just a little bit of baby powder on the floor, causing a little bit of a slip. She looks to be all right.
Easy looking opener. That fall didn't do anything to her. 3 white lights for Nichelle.
Holly Chin up next, 162.5. had a little bit of an awkward ascend to the deadlift, but still gets 3 white lights on that lift. And now we have one of your ladies in the top 4, Jacqueline Gregory, starting us off with 162.5. She's currently sitting at a forecasted 427.5 kilo total, sitting just 5 kilos below the next contenders up in the podium.
Another textbook opening attempt there from Jacqueline. Three more openers in platform 1. 165 on the bar for Michelle Collier. Gets her down command. 3 white lights for Michelle. I was a little concerned about the lockout on that one, but the platform referees have a better perspective of it than I do.
Anna Castro with this deadlift will put her at a 432.5 kilo total.
Maybe a little tough opener there for Anna, but does get 3 white lights. Does put her into a tie for the lead total-wise, but she does have the disadvantage based off body weight. Nichelle Pena is ahead of her on that. And then Malaysia Taylor opening at 185 kilos. This will put her back into first for now. I think she's going to keep first place for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, I mean, she does have the bigger pull, so she will have that final say. And after this first round of deadlift in your Women's Raw Master 1 division, you have Malaysia Taylor leading with 440 on the total, followed by Nichelle Pena, 432.5, Anna Castano with 432.5 as well, just losing on body weight by about 300 grams, right? So that's minuscule when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, right? It just comes down to body weight in this competition. And then Jacqueline Gregory with 427.5.
Cindy Yeager's second attempt at 130 kilos. Good call on her second there. 3 white lights for Cindy. Leanna Trimmer's second attempt at 142.5. Great looking second. I expect another 10 kilos from Leanna for her third.
And the first one up in this battle in the Masters 2 division 100 kilo class, we have Sandra, who will be going up first. She is currently sitting at a 335 kilo total, but Diane Nelson is right behind her with a 332.5. Only 2 kilos are separating the two ladies from that podium position.
Good looking second attempt from Sandra. 3 white lights. LaTanya Cumberbatch, 155 on her second attempt. Three white lights there for LaTanya. Diane Nelson with a 12.5 kilo increase. Masters 2 lifter up to 157.5 kilos. Able to get the lockout and the down command. 3 white lights there for Diane Nelson.
Diane Nelson is still trailing behind Sandra, who is only leading by body weight. Right now, Sandra and Diane are both tied at 345 kilos on the total.
$10 increase for Renee Van Vliet. Renee, a strong lockout and is successful. 3 white lights. Katrina Johnson up 7.5 kilos on her second attempt, up to 160 as well.
Good attempt there for Katrina. She gets 3 white lights. Suzette Escobar up next, looking to push herself into the 405 kilo total range with this pull of 160.
Nothing to it for Suzette. Just a few more second attempts here on platform 1. If you've been with us this whole time, we want to say thank you again from the Georgia International Convention Center here in Atlanta, Georgia, for USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals 2025. Nichelle Pena, 170 kilos on her second attempt. Trying to, for the moment, pull herself into first place. That one looks good. Her competition coming behind her, though, is going to keep the pressure on her. Malaysia Taylor is currently the front runner. Nichelle and a couple others are trying to track her down.
As it stands, Nichelle Pena, after having hit her second attempt, is in the lead with 442. However, Malaysia, Anna, and Jacqueline are still up next.
And with how Malaysia's opener moved, I'm not too concerned for her taking that lead back. Holly Chin, successful second attempt at 172.5, 3 white lights.
Holly Chin also looking to break past that 400 kilo barrier. I mean, a milestone lift for the lifters in this weight class. She is currently sitting at 397.5 with 1 more lift to go.
Jacqueline Gregory also pulling 172.5 for her second attempt. Pretty easy second attempt.
And so momentarily she bumps Anna Castano down into 4th place, and Jacqueline Gregory currently sits in 3rd. Moving over to the Masters 2 division, we have Michelle coming up to 175.
Her lead in the division seems a little out of reach for Sandra Jahala and Diane Nelson, so I think Michelle is going to be running away with the victory in the 100 kilo Master 2 category.
And in this division, the podium has been decided with Michelle taking first, but the order of second and third is still up in the air for toss-up, as Sandra and Diane are currently both slotted at a 345 kilo total, only separated by body weight. Back over to the Masters 1, Anna Castano is taking 182.5, 402 pounds for her second attempt deadlift.
Gets the lockout. Looked a little tough for a second, but she is trying to battle for that podium.
Yeah, it looks like a good lift, but how much more do you think she has left in her if she's in a tough battle like this? She now moved herself into third place and is sitting there momentarily, bumping Jacqueline down back into fourth.
I think she's maybe got another 5.
Yeah, I mean, she's really got to pull at the very least just 5 more kilos just to try to fend off Jacqueline Gregory from trying to pull past that.
I think Jacqueline might have timed out entering her third. So she might have to use one of her attempt changes in order to get her third attempt where she needs it.
Again, in the third deadlift round, lifters are allowed to change their deadlift up to 2 times in that round.
Malaysia Taylor, easy, breezy second attempt. We are into our final round of deadlifts here in session 1 of the 2025 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. Cindy Yeager taking her third and final deadlift attempt, 137.5 kilos, trying to break that 300-pound barrier at 303. Oh, not going to be there for her on the day. Cindy goes 6 for 9 on the day. All right, so now we have part of our competition battling for second in the Women's Raw Master 100 kilo category. Sandra Jahala looking to pull 150 kilos and momentarily solidify herself in second.
And you couldn't have picked a better third attempt than that. Sandra Juhala pulls herself further into that second place position, ending with a 352.5 kilo deadlift, barely making it with a 2-to-1 call, trying to force Diane Nelson's hand into trying to pull more than her. And Sandra Juhala is actually the lighter lifter, so Diane Nelson, if she wants to take that silver medal, she will need to pull 2.5 kilos more than Sandra on the total. Moving back over to the Masters 1, Leanna Trimmer taking 152.5 as her final deadlift.
Pretty solid third attempt call there for Leanna. 3 white lights, is successful with 152.5 kilos.
Shifting over to the Masters 2, it doesn't look like Diane Nelson will be pulling to overtake Sandra Juhala. However, she will just look to overextend her total in the bronze medal position here, trying to total 350 kilos, looking to go 3 for 3 in the deadlift event.
They must have thought that the number required was going to be too much on the day. Just trying to maximize the total.
Absolutely, and with no threat for the bronze medal, she is looking to go 3 for 3 on pulls.
She looked surprised to get to the lockout there.
3 white lights.
Yeah, I'd say it was the right call.
Yeah,
then.
I mean, it couldn't have gone any more better than that. She is your bronze medalist.
Katrina Johnson, third and final attempt, going to get loaded up at 165 kilos. Katrina gets the lockout, and she gets 2 white lights. 1 call from the front for not being locked out, but she still gets a successful 3rd attempt at 165 kilos. Adding 2.5 keys to the bar, 3rd and final attempt for Renee Van Vliet. Gets it to her knees, but doesn't have enough in the tank to lock it out. Renee is credited with 160 kilos on her 2nd.
Suzette Escobar up next, looking to push herself further and even deeper into that 400 kilo total range. This will put her at a 415 kilo total and a 9-for-9 day. Suzette Escobar is within the top 5, and she goes 9-for-9. A perfect day for Suzette.
Might have even had a little bit more in the tank there. Great day for Suzette.
I mean, it doesn't get anything better than a 9-for-9 at Nationals. And it looks like Nichelle Pena will be taking 175 kilos for her 3rd attempt at the deadlift. However, if I'm looking at this correctly, she will tie Malaysia Taylor with what she's currently totaled. However, she will still remain in 2nd place, and she is still the heavier lifter.
Makes me not a big fan of this 3rd attempt call.
So I'm not entirely sure if the handlers are aware that she is at a bodyweight disadvantage against Malaysia Taylor, or if they truly believe that 5 kilos is all she has. However, Malaysia Taylor, the bar, Nichelle Pena, the bar is loaded, and 175 is your 3rd attempt.
This might have to just be a pull to solidify 2nd. They might think Malaysia's too far away. All right, 5 kilos made sense there then.
Yeah, that might have been what they thought she had on the day. And now her silver medal is under threat by both Anna Castano and Jacqueline Gregory.
Michelle Collier, victory lap for the Women's Raw Master 2 100 kilo category. Looking to pull 402 pounds and get to a 397.5 total. That's a fantastic 3rd.
And a 9-for-9 day for Michelle. Shout out Samantha Calhoun and Teen Sam Strong. She's doing something right if her lifters are going 9-for-9 at Nationals.
Every single attempt from here on out is over 400 pounds. Holly Chin also at 402.
She is trying to swap placings with Suzette Escobar, trying to land herself in that 5th place position for a medal.
Not going to be able to lock it out. She's going to remain in 6th place. Still a fantastic effort.
Now we have LaTanya trying to swap placings with Renee.
4 lifters remaining in session 1 here at USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals 2025.
Am I seeing this correctly? This is a 27.5 kilo jump.
She did something similar on squat
Yeah,
when
she took a 20 kilo
yeah.
jump. And it worked out on deadlift. She swapped place with Renee, and she moved up further into the top 10.
That's an impressive 3rd deadlift jump.
Way to go 3 for 3 on deadlifts, LaTanya.
We talk about those jumps sometimes. Like 17.5 is a pretty big one from your first, but then to go 27.5 is incredible.
Malaysia Taylor's too far out of reach for Jacqueline Gregory to catch up, but Jacqueline Gregory is now looking to pull into 2nd place, bumping Nichelle Pena and Anna Castro down 1 placing. This will bump Anna Castano off the podium.
Great third attempt. She's got a little bit of a grin there. 3 white lights for Jacqueline Gregory. She's the current leader in the clubhouse, so if a couple misses happen in these last 2, she's going to walk away with a victory. Anna Castano, 5 kilos increase from her second up to 187.5.
Miss Castano trying to pull herself into third place, trying to bump Nichelle Pena off of that podium.
I think it was a great call for her third.
Gets that down command and wait for the referees. They say the lift is good, 2-1. And now for our last pull of the session, we have Malaysia Taylor taking a 2.5 kilo jump to beat Jacqueline Gregory. 2.5 kilos is all she needs.
Took a temp change. She was originally in there at 197.5. Changed down to 195, the exact weight needed in order to come away with a victory.
She is currently tied on total with Jacqueline Gregory, but she is the heavier lifter, so she needs to pull only 2.5 kilos more to exceed her total and win.
Pulling for the win.
And with that, Malaysia Taylor is your Women's Raw Masters 100 kilo national champion. She goes 9 for 9. And to round out that division, Malaysia Taylor is your national champion, followed by Jacqueline Gregory. Both lifters going 9 for 9, and Anna Castano ending up on that bronze medal.
Congratulations to Malaysia Taylor. Once again, your Women's Raw Master 100 kilo national champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the session of today's lifting. We will follow up with awards on this same stream, so don't go anywhere as we will be announcing your winners shortly.
Can I get the music turned off, please? Can I get the music turned off, please? Good morning, everybody. Before we do awards, we're going to do a presentation really quick. My name is Eric Cordero. I'm an executive committee member, and I'm also the chair of the Men's Hall of Fame. We started the Men's Hall of Fame in 2021, so it was 40 years after the establishment of this organization. We've had the honor the last couple of years to put some very important people into the Hall of Fame. We have 3 categories for the Hall of Fame. One is powerlifter. The other one is bench presser. We actually put in Brady Stewart yesterday. If you hear yesterday, we had Brady Stewart's induction ceremony yesterday. And our third one, we only pass out every other year, which is for coaches, contributors, administrators, referees, and there's only a handful of men that are involved in that. The 5 original members of the organization who established the organization, Billy Jack Talton, who actually passed away this past week, and we gave him an honor to him yesterday as well. And we're going to put in probably, arguably, I would, in my mind, the second most important person in this organization after Brother Bennett, who established our organization in 1981. Today we're going to induct into the Hall of Fame our current president, Dr. Larry Maley. Can I get the tribute video rolling from the back, please? As you can see, Larry's done a lot in the organization, from coaching to a lifter, to a referee to administrator. He's pretty much done everything possible within this organization. I'm going to turn this over to our Vice President, Mr. Johnny Graham, who's going to say a couple of things before we give out his plaque.
Good morning. This is really hard. If anybody know me, I'm not a person who have a lot of notes from a speech. I try to talk to people and friends and people who I care about and who I love from the heart. You saw a lot of the things in the video. You probably saw a lot of pictures with Larry and I. We actually go back long enough. We both had a head full of hair. But that has been many years ago. But the bottom line of it is that throughout the years, we could probably count a handful of people on one hand who have been a part of this organization longer than we'd have. Larry has been a part of the organization since the founding part in 1981-82. I came on board in 1984. We have had a lot of years together. We have traveled the world, and we have probably refereed or coached or helped out each other on every continent except Antarctica. That's how long we've been around. One of the things I've had the opportunity and the honor to watch with Larry over the years is his love for the sport, his love for the people that he trained, and his love for his family. The guy is out, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the hardest working people in our sport. Next week or so, we're going to be having a big transition, which is going to be a big change for me also. Because now, he's not the guy that's going to be chewing my butt, and I'm not used to somebody else doing something different from it. But the bottom line is that Larry is a person that loves what he does. I watched him do it with his family. I watched his kids grow up. Now they are mature, retired from the military, lawyers, and they really make me realize, damn, buddy, we getting old. Yeah. But the bottom line of it is that we're getting old, but we're still enjoying what we're doing. Larry Maley is a person who loves what he does for USA Powerlifting. He has one mission and one mission only, and that is to advance our sport in USA Powerlifting. He has always done everything he can to make this right. And Larry can tell you, sometimes him and I, we have a difference of agreements. But the bottom line is that we have difference of agreements because we are all trying to do the same thing. We all have the same goal to make this sport better, to make it better for the members. Larry Maley, you have no idea how much the members of USA Powerlifting and your vice president for the last 22 years with you admire you, my friend. Thank you for everything. Nobody deserves this more than Larry Maley. And also I want to let you guys know that don't think this is one of his first accolades. Larry is a member of the Hall of Fame for the International Federation. He's a member of the Hall of Fame for the Women's, and he's also has won the highest award in powerlifting, the Brother Bennett Awards. So this is no more than a small step of all the great things he has done. Nobody else can say this. This is the only family in powerlifting where a husband and wife is a part of the International Federation. Thank you so much, Larry, Priscilla, Larry's family. Thank you so much for everything. God bless you, my friend, and I wish you on the best in life. God bless you. Love you, man. Love you a lot, buddy.
So all of our Hall of Fame inductees get this plaque. It says USA Powerlifting Men's Open Hall of Fame member, class of 2025, Dr. Larry Maley. In recognition of your countless contributions to USA Powerlifting as administrator, referee, coach, and competitor, you have truly exemplified the champion drug-free powerlifting both in the United States and around the world. USA Powerlifting presents this honor to the athletes who have made the highest achievement in the sport of powerlifting at the national and international level. Dr. Larry Maley. And we also have a gift from the organization. One sec. So we as a for those who don't know, Dr. Larry Merely is not running for president this week. So after 22 years as president, he is now stepping down. So we have decided to give him these cufflinks in tie clasp, silver, embroidered with his name on it and USA Powerlifting on it. I'm going to turn the mic over to Dr. Larry Merely so he can speak for a minute.
I was really hoping that this was only going to be about 30 seconds, but I'm truly honored. I'm the 7th contributor in the Hall of Fame, and I joined esteemed company who founded the organization. It's been a really long run, and it's been a great time. And so I guess I would just like to thank the organization for allowing me the opportunity to give back and to further the cause, Brother Bennett's mission of a drug-free platform and better health and long lives and good friends for everybody. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to turn it over and do awards right now. Thank you very much.
All right, handing out the medals, the lovely Kathy Kenjerski and Dr. Larry Maley. Give them a round of applause. Our first category, Women's Raw Junior, 100 kilo weight class, the bronze medal, Christina Sanchez. Silver medal, Elizabeth Cullen. Elizabeth Cullen. And in first place, Allison David. Thank you, ladies. 5, Jackie. Women's Raw Masters 190 kilo weight class. In fifth place, Jeannie Rooney. The fourth place, Monica Beckham. The bronze medal, Janet Porn Rungrathowachai. Silver medal, Taylor Beebe. And in first place, April Gray from Gleason Performance Training. April, get everybody to hold hands and raise them up. Give them another round of applause. Thank you, ladies. Women's Raw Masters 100 kilo weight class in fifth place, Suzette Escobar. Malaysia goes by Mickey. Fourth place, Nichelle Pena. Bronze medal, Ana Castano. Silver medal, Jacqueline Gregory. And in first place, Malaysia, Nikki Taylor. All right, ladies. Beautiful. Give them another round of applause. Women's Raw Masters 100 plus kilo weight class. In fifth place, Kelly Whitted. Kelly. In fourth place, Carrie Varco. Bronze medal, Catherine Fannin. Silver medal, Mia Kane. And in first place, Amanda Dahl. Women's Raw Masters 2, 90 kilo weight class. Silver medal, Shelley Cole. And in first place, Leanne Delcourt. That is the Masters 2 90-kilo weight class. Now, when it comes to the women Masters 2 100-kilo weight class, we will not give out those medals until later after the afternoon session list. We have women that are in that same weight class, Masters 200 kilo. We have to wait till all the ladies compete to see how the rankings fall out. So don't come up and yell at Jackie. It'll happen later this afternoon. Raw Masters 2, Women's Raw Masters 2, 100-plus kilo weight class. In 5th place, Terry Hodgkins. Terry. In 4th place, Jacqueline Todd. Silver medal, bronze medal, Holly Scott. Holly Scott. Silver medal, Tamara Guadagnoli. And in 1st place, Adrian Lockhart. All right, ladies, as the front row likes to say, do the hand thing. All right, next category. Women's Raw Masters 3, 90 kilo weight class. Bronze medal, Diana Hicks. Silver medal, Christine Dunn. And in 1st place, Sherry Nichols. Thank you, ladies. Women's Raw Masters 3, 100 kilo weight class. Bronze medal, Karen Brody. Silver medal, Lori Hartley. And in 1st place, Janine Cascaden. Janine Cascaden. Janine Cascaden. Women's Raw Masters 3. 100 plus kilo weight class. In first place, hailing from Wyoming, Deanne Russell. Flip your medal over. Flip your medal over. There you go. Give her another round of applause. Did you get the shot, Jimmy? All right. All right, Mike, the Carnival Barker is going to announce the teens. Take it over, Mike.
All right, thanks, Gino. We're going to do the Women's Raw Teen 2 100-plus kilo weight class. In first place, Cameron Hall. Give Cameron a big round of applause. All right, next we're going to bring up the Women's Raw Teen 3 90-kilo weight class. In third place is Layla Gonzalez. In second place is Alina Chinoy. And in first place is Isabella Haight. Give these three ladies a big round of applause. Top three, Teen 3, 90-kilo weight class.
Do the hand thing.
Congratulations, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
All right, and now we're going to do the Women's Raw Teen 3 100-kilo weight class. In first place, Taya Badger.
It's Tinsel Taya. Taya the Tinsel Princess.
Give Taya a big round of applause. First place, Teen 3 100-kilo.
All right, if you want to, what time is it? 12? We start at 1? All right, we got a few minutes before we start. If you want to take a photo with your lifter audience members, come on up to this middle section in front of the Raw National sign, and you can take a photo with your lifter. Let's make that